My Lords, second reading of the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Bill, Baroness Scott of Bybrook.
My Lords, I beg to move the bill be now read a second time. I would first like to thank those peers who've already engaged with this bill, and indeed those who have championed reforming the leasehold market for many years. I would also like to thank colleagues from the Law Commission, without whom much of the vital legislation may not have been possible. My Lords, this bill delivers a long-awaited reforms to improve home ownership for millions of leaseholders across England and Wales. Reforming the leasehold system is a long-standing ambition of this government. The comprehensive package of reforms before us today will bring greater fairness, security, transparency and competition to the leasehold housing market. At present, leasehold homeowners are too often at the whim of their freeholder. Disempowered by the fundamentally unfair system, this bill will address this power imbalance and give people the security of home ownership for their future and their families' futures. I will now move to the specific content of the bill and outline the ways in which, when taken together, this package of reforms will transform the leaseholder housing market and the lives of millions of leaseholders across England and Wales. My Lords, the core enfranchisement reform of this bill will give both families and individuals the security of an automatic 990-year lease extension, with ground rent reduced to a peppercorn on payment of a premium. This ensures that leaseholders can enjoy secure ground rent-free ownership of their properties for years to come, without the hassle, distress and expense of repeated lease extensions. Removing the requirement to pay marriage value, capping the treatment of ground rents at 0.1% of the freehold value in the calculation, and prescribing the rates for those calculations which bring significant tangible financial benefits to leaseholders if they choose to extend their lease. This bill will also give more leaseholders the right to manage their own building, enabling them to appoint a managing agent that delivers good quality work at reasonable prices and replaces one that doesn't. My Lords, as well as empowering them to make these important decisions themselves, this government believes that making managing agents more accountable to the leaseholders that pay for their services and will encourage these companies to up their standards, my Lords. Allied to this, we have also focused measures on cracking down on the poor, unresponsive practices blighting the daily lives of leaseholders, whether a managing agent is involved or not. This will give them true transparency over service charges so that they can better understand the costs that they are being charged and are better equipped to challenge them if they are unreasonable. Following the excellent work of the FCA, we will end the practice of leaseholders being charged exorbitant, opaque commissions on top of their building insurance premiums. We will also extend access to redress schemes for leaseholders to challenge poor practice. This bill makes it a requirement for freeholders who manage their property to belong to a redress scheme, so leaseholders can challenge them if needed. This will again empower leaseholders to challenge bad practice and bad management. This government does not believe that it is right that somebody can mistreat a leaseholder and their private property, and said leaseholder has no means to seek redress or to seek compensation for that mistreatment. Through these reforms, we will also scrap the presumption that leaseholders must pay their freeholders legal costs even when they win tribunal cases, levelling the playing field and correcting a historic power imbalance. There must be equality before the law. This government believes firmly that leaseholders should not be paying for freeholders' legal costs when said freeholder is found guilty of mismanagement or abuse. My Lords, I know many across the House will be pleased to note that we're also granting further rights to homeowners on private and mixed tenure estates, which many here today have campaigned for. This bill will give homeowners the power to apply to the appropriate tribunal to challenge the reasonableness of charges they face or to replace a failing manager, access to support via redress scheme, and measures to make buying or selling a property on such estates quicker and easier by setting a maximum time and fee for the provision of information required to make a sale. This measure encapsulates that what the bill is trying to do, which is to bring fairness and equality to the housing market. It is not right to force someone who has bought a freehold property to deal only with one managing company who is not required to give them any information or charge them reasonable fees. It is also not right that someone who has bought a property on these estates has no effective way to hold the management company to account for the services they provide. This is something that these reforms will address. This bill also clarifies and extends the protection in some specific areas of the Building Safety Act 2022, building on the legislation previously brought forward. These specific changes will further prevent freeholders and developers from escaping their liabilities to fund building remediation work, ultimately protecting leaseholders. My Lords, the package of reforms contained in the bill before us today is substantial and far-reaching for existing leasehold properties, but so too does the government wish to reform the future leasehold housing market. The bill, therefore, now explicitly bans the creation of future leasehold houses, with all new houses needing to be sold on a freehold basis, other than in exceptional circumstances. My Lords, in addition to the measures I've outlined today, I want to assure you that I understand the strength of feeling in the House to make even more changes to this bill, in particular on the issue of forfeiture. We recognise that this is a real and significant problem and a huge inequity at stake here. We are working through the detail of this, and we will report back to the House shortly with more details as we consider the matter further. I also want to reassure you that the government remains committed to common hold reform, and we see it as a long-term replacement for leasehold. The Law Commission did fantastic work to review the common hold framework and set out 121 separate and detailed recommendations on how to modernise it. These are not trivial changes. Implementing them requires detailed consideration to make sure that we get it right so that common hold works for everybody. My Lords, the Government is also committed to reviewing the leasehold market and considering ways to improve its fairness. As such, we have launched a consultation on the capping of existing ground rents, which we are still carefully considering, and the results will be published in due course. In conclusion, my Lords, this bill will give leaseholders and their families greater security of ownership over their own private property for generations to come, and improve the lives of millions of homeowners who have been forced to enter into the system that is unfair and outdated. I know that many in this House have campaigned to see these reforms, and I look forward to hearing the contributions of noble lords during the debate on this important bill, and I beg to move, my Lords.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time.
My Lords, firstly, can I thank the Minister for her very thorough introduction of the bill, and as always, for the way she's worked with us as opposition parties and the crossbenchers in the weeks prior to the bill coming to us so that she could understand our concerns and issues. Can I thank the many organisations who have sent us briefings, and particularly the Law Commission for all the work they've done, and the individuals who have sent us their personnel accounts of the impact of leasehold. And can I also thank all the individuals and organisations who have campaigned so effectively and for so long on leasehold, including, of course, my noble friend Lord Kennedy. This bill is certainly not the leasehold bill that the Labour Party would have wanted. Most importantly, it's not the bill that the beleaguered legions of leaseholders wanted. And to be candid, I don't think it's even the bill that the Secretary of State wanted. From the original vision he set out last year, and I quote, "I don't believe leasehold is fair in any way," he said. "It is an outdated feudal system that needs to go, and we need to move to a better system and liberate people from it." The Secretary of State also made his views on ground rent quite clear in his speech on the second reading of this bill when he said, and again I quote, "I was asked by the Select Committee last week what my favoured approach would be, and I believe that it should be a peppercorn." So the Secretary of State clearly wanted to see a scrapping of the feudal leasehold system and a capping of ground rent to peppercorn rents. But from this original vision for the bill, what we have before us today is a virtually eviscerated shell of a bill with little to give comfort to the people and families who had hoped to realise their dream of home ownership and have found instead that being a leaseholder simply doesn't offer the security and control of their lives that their dream promised. I've been receiving many letters from leaseholders since the bill was listed in your Lordship's house, and a particularly heartbreaking one yesterday was from an older couple who say they've been waiting patiently for this bill for years to relieve the misery of their experience of leasehold, but feel now it will not do what they wanted it to. They go on to say, and I'm quoting their letter, "We have an apartment where the freeholders changed last year and our service charges quickly increased and now amount to £8,602 per year. But additional to this, our already high ground rent charge of £4,000 a year are currently being reviewed by our freeholders, who estimate this shall increase to £28,000 plus VAT per year. If they win this review, they shall also look to backdate this increase over 6 years." The impact of this type of sharp practice, whether it is on older people on fixed incomes or on younger people who are juggling enough with the cost of living crisis, can be catastrophic. For this couple, they face losing their home. It can taint the dream of home ownership with a raft of excessive conditions, fees and charges. For many leaseholders, these charges do not bring anything in return, and the charging regimes are complex and opaque. I have received many representations from young people whose dreams of home ownership have been shattered when they finally save their deposit, buy a home, only to find that the terms of their lease leave them at best shackled to a regime of unreasonable cost increases, and at worst they are not able to sell their home because the lease conditions are too onerous. To quote the Secretary of State again, freeholds have become utterly torn away from the warp and weft of the capitalist system as we understand it in this country, and have become tradable commodities that foreign entities are using to exploit our people who have worked hard and saved to get their own home. In addition to this, your Lordships, the Competition and Markets Authority has already stated it continues to consider that statutory intervention may be necessary to protect consumers associated with excessive ground rents, which they conclude are neither legally or commercially necessary, stating that they saw no persuasive evidence that consumers receive anything in return. So with all that in mind, you might expect a bill that gets rid of leasehold once and for all. But this bill, although dating back to the Conservative manifesto in 2017 and the subsequent white paper, is a very long way from what leaseholders have been waiting and hoping for, which is an end to the injustice in the anachronistic leasehold system. It doesn't ban the sale of new leasehold flats. It doesn't even properly ban the sale of new leasehold houses. Yeah. The government knows that the leasehold model and market is broken. It has known that at least since 2017. This bill was the opportunity to address that. So why isn't that being done more comprehensively? We could have had a bill that fundamentally reformed the leasehold system, making leasehold obsolete by making common hold the default tenure for all new properties, by enacting the Law Commission's recommendations in full. There seems to be a determination on the government's part to miss the open goal they are presented with here, one that my team, Stevenage FC, would certainly never miss. So what we have in the bill is some steps, baby steps, towards leasehold reform. We couldn't oppose those because they will at least ease a little of the pain currently being experienced by leaseholders. So we won't oppose the bill's progress, even if we have to finish the job later on. But your Lordship's House can rest assured we will attempt to use this House's stages of its passage to make some more of the improvements that leaseholders desperately need. Turning to the detail of what is in the bill, before I go into more detail about what is not, extension to lease terms is welcome, although the devil will be in the detail of how this operates. We welcome the steps towards right to manage, although they don't go the whole way towards common hold. We do believe that the changes in the calculation of lease extension premiums and collective buying of freeholds will make it easier and cheaper for leaseholders to buy their homes and maintain long-term housing security. So these are welcome, as are the 990-year leaseholds, which will offer the same security, taking away the hassle and expense of future lease extensions. The further provisions on building safety, such as, for example, replacing the regime for dealing with insolvent developers and orphan buildings, are welcome, though it could have afforded a lot less heartache to affected leaseholders if these were included in the Building Safety Act in 2022, but better now than never. The end of the marriage value will right the injustice where leaseholders had to pay the freeholder when extending their lease or purchasing the freehold, so that is also welcome. Additional rights for freeholders on private and mixed tenure estates will also be beneficial, although I think we'll have some way to go still to ease the misery for freeholders of what is known as leasehold. And the provisions relating to ground rent, while welcome as far as they go, are still the subject of the outcome of a consultation we don't yet have. So can I ask the Noble Baroness the Minister if she will be offering government amendments in this respect later in the progress of the bill? We will certainly be trying to clarify the situation on ground rent for all leaseholders, including those who currently have lower ground rents, as the bill progresses. We welcome the change to the inclusion of leaseholders in the management of their homes, but there remain concerns about this and how it will operate. I know my noble friend Lord Kennedy will want to question the complexity of enabling the participation and enfranchisement of leaseholders as we go through today's debate. We will also be looking at some more fundamental improvements to the bill at committee and report stages. I will start with the disproportionate and draconian legacy of Victorian property law that is forfeiture. This mechanism allows landlords to ensure compliance with a lease agreement by using forfeiture of the lease as a threat, even for minor breaches of leasehold or relatively small amounts of arrears. Its continued use and the chilling effect that results from its mere existence continues to put landlords in a nearly unassailable position of strength in disputes with leaseholders, and it's routinely used by landlords as a first resort when seeking to recover alleged arrears of payments from leaseholders. Worse still, the threat of it is often invoked to deter leaseholders from disputing any unreasonable costs and defending claims. With the pledges to reform leasehold stretching back over so many years, the government's had plenty of time to consider how they would deal with forfeiture in this bill, and yet in the other place members were told as recently as February of this year that they were working through the detail of the issue. So can I ask the Noble Baroness the Minister to set out how long this is going to take, and will we have a solution before we reach third reading? Too many of the bills that come before this House now are subject to further work as the bill progresses. We will be seeking to remove deferment rates from the discretion of the Secretary of State. We believe that without having something on the face of the bill which will deal with this issue, it could be the case that in future vested interests will still be able to attempt to introduce rates which are punitive to leaseholders, and that is not acceptable. Unless the Minister is able to introduce government amendments in relation to the outcome of the ground rent consultation that restore the balance more closely to the recommendation of the Law Commission and the Competition and Markets Authority, we will want to extend the right to peppercorn ground rent to the most common leases, those under 150 years. I know that many noble lords are disappointed that the bill doesn't go further in relation to the regulation of property agents. While new statutory rights relating to estate management companies are welcome, it is, as my honourable friend in the other place, the Shadow Housing Minister, pointed out, incomprehensible that the bill doesn't incorporate the proposals made in the Regulation of Property Agents Working Group from July 2019. This working group, chaired by the Noble Lord Best, made recommendations that have widespread support in both houses. I'm sure he will want to say more about this himself, but it's hard to understand why the government have not taken this opportunity to implement such a very common sense approach, a clear example of what I described earlier as missing an open goal. Lastly, but probably most significantly, we do hope to persuade the government to rethink both their decision not to extend the ban on leasehold to flats. 70% of leaseholders live in flats. To new flats from the ban on leasehold justifies my description of an eviscerated bill, because it means the bill simply won't do what it sets out to do. Secondly, we will be proposing amendments to the exclusions the government has included for the ban on new leasehold houses. We believe these are too wide and will almost certainly result in a way through for landlords who want to perpetuate the leasehold tenure for houses. My Lords, there's clearly a broad consensus in both houses for a radical overhaul of leasehold. So the question is whether this bill achieves that. And although it's set out with worthy intentions and does initiate some improvement, we do not believe it goes anything like as far as it should. With the parliamentary time left to us, and with the desperation of leaseholders to see at least some improvement in the catastrophic circumstances some of them face, it is not our intention to try and persuade ministers to radically overhaul the bill by means of the many hundreds of amendments that would be required to implement the Law Commission's recommendations on enfranchisement, right to manage and common hold, but it remains our position that this will need to be done. Whether this bill receives royal assent or not before this Parliament is dissolved, a Labour government will have to finish the job of finally bringing the leasehold system to an end, and by overhauling it to the lasting benefit of leaseholders and reinvigorating common hold to such an extent that it will ultimately become the default and render leasehold obsolete. I reassure leaseholders across the country that we are absolutely determined to do so.
My Lords, it's an absolute pleasure to follow the noble Baroness Taylor of Stevenage with her absolutely meticulous attention to detail. And I too would like to echo thanks to all those who have contributed to getting the bill to where it is now, and comment that it is noticeable that MPs across all parties have worked tirelessly on this bill. I won't name names because you always miss someone out in the other place, and that is a sure sign that there really is a consensus and a need to drive this forward. My Lords, to say that this bill is needed and well overdue is an understatement. The Secretary of State himself said that the leasehold system was outdated and feudal, and a lot more besides. Millions of property owners own their homes through leases in England and Wales, which, along with Australia, are the only places in the world where this system still exists. The fact that there have been numerous parliamentary and independent reports from the aforementioned Law Commission to the Competition and Markets Authority giving incredibly similar recommendations, you would think would make this bill relatively straightforward, but not so. We are disappointed that there are no proposals to really reinvigorate, which is the word that's being used, common hold, nor a clear pathway to it becoming the main tenure. Liberals have actually been campaigning against leaseholds since, wait for it, Lloyd George's People's Budget of 1909. Glad you knew that, Baroness Pinner. My Lords, this system is so ingrained in our history that there is inevitably going to be a chasm between the Secretary of State's theatrical rhetoric and harsh reality. There are also going to be winners and losers. And indeed, the Secretary of State pledged to squeeze every income stream that freeholders have under the unfair feudal leasehold system. But we do not feel that the bill as it stands does this. And as has already been said, the devil will be in the detail, and we will hope to work with some of that detail. The government is demonstrably vulnerable to extensive lobbying, and this lobbying, in our view, has weakened both the government and the bill, most recently regarding ground rent, which we feel should eventually be abolished. There is no hiding our disappointment that promises to abolish leasehold have been watered down, and the fact that flats are exempt is particularly so. We would seek to include them, the more so because flats do make up 70% of leasehold properties. Retirement homes are also exempt. Why developers of retirement properties get a special carve-out is beyond me. Surely the government should be on the side of the elderly and vulnerable at that time in their lives who have downsized, freeing up family homes. but then are unwillingly extorted in their new home, and when they or their relatives come to sell, there are further charges, the so-called event fees. My Lords, the exceptions themselves mean that significant numbers of homes will be built that are still leasehold. The rhetoric has turned to reform rather than abolish. It is a disappointment, but perhaps understandable, in a government that is now too weak to deliver on big changes such as this, and perhaps with too many of those with vested interests either in their ranks or on their donor lists. And add to this the quiet death of the Renters Reform Bill. I hope the noble lady, the Minister, will have an update on that. It certainly leaves much for the next government to get their teeth into. But on these benches, our biggest concerns are around the issues regarding building safety and cladding, which my noble friend Baroness Pinnock of Cleckheaton will continue to work on, as she has done since the very early days of the Grenfell tragedy. The other big one for us is the lack of real reform regarding the regulation of property agents and their management fees. A right rip-off, a licence to print money for doing nothing or next to nothing. Lord Best's report of 2019 made many sensible recommendations, as did the Law Commission's in the same year. These should be implemented in full. My own recent casework reminded me sharply of how vulnerable elderly leaseholders are when demands are made for payments for repairs that they deemed were completely overpriced. And to prove their point, they went to the trouble of getting 3 quotes from local builders for the same work. The range within the local builders was very little, but the difference between the landlord's quotation and the most expensive local builder was thousands of pounds for fencing. A closer inspection of the last year's invoices revealed the kind of stories that we are all too familiar with. Huge sinking funds, many contingency cushions, eye-watering rises with no reasonable and interesting word, which we'll no doubt talk about in the passage of the bill, explanation. The residents decided collectively not to pay their most recent management bill. The company responded with threatening letters, which of course was intended to intimidate them into paying. I won't name them, as following my involvements, things began to be sorted out. We do have our uses, and monies were reimbursed to residents. But, my lords, I think this bill will offer them very little in ensuring that they are not ripped off again. And in this situation, the fact that the digging was done by 2 retired accountants, which have now left the scheme, made me realise that even with the right to manage, some residents may not want to manage for themselves and will need to employ a property management company who are currently unregulated and unscrupulous in far too many cases. I will, however, praise the work of the Property Institute, who represent thousands of property managers and aim to raise standards, improve transparency for residents. We need to remember that there are always good guys out there, and gals, who also hate their reputation being trashed by those less scrupulous. So the bill will ban the sale of leasehold houses, but not so-called leasehold estates. The practice that has developed over the last 10 to 15 years of the public spaces that were once adopted and maintained by the local authority now being in private hands, a management company, with the residents footing all the bills for communal repair and maintenance. What a nasty surprise for them on moving into their new home. Firstly, they may not have known that they were liable for such costs, it often having been said to be, oh, well, you'd just be paying for the grass to be cut a couple of times a year, and then realising it was also for the playgrounds and the roads and the fencing and everything else. There's evidence to show that there is mis-selling in this area. And secondly, they did not realise that they would be paying for services that have already been done by the council. In effect, they are paying twice for facilities that others can also use, as well as paying full council tax. And freeholders refusing to pay this so-called rent charge could find their freehold changed to leasehold. To be fair, the bill really is trying to put some of this right. But, my lords, it is all a little bit uncertain. There's more consultations, more this, more that, as to how things will work. For example, the ability to appoint a substitute manager I look forward to the details of how that will happen, along with the proposals that give leaseholders a new right to request information about service charges and the management of their building. Good. But that too will need fleshing out, as it still feels like the power of what is released and how is very much still in the hands of the management company. And likewise, the proposals for right to manage will come to naught if leaseholders are not supported in the transition. Current charities such as the Leasehold Advisory Service and others, they will need more tools and resources to help this transition and make it work. It's disappointing that Common Hold hasn't taken off in the way that we expected. So we clearly do need to give more support to make these really positive changes work. But key to all of this working at all is to regulate managing agents. Without this, many of the measures won't be successful or not as successful as they could and should be. We must raise standards and increase competency across the sector and ultimately have a fair and transparent system that residents feel is fair, and if not, that there is a simple, accessible form of redress, unlike the current redress recourse to the first-tier tribunal, which, when I explored it for those elderly residents, was neither simple nor accessible. We feel that this leasehold practice should be abolished altogether and revert to local authority control, with developers contributing to the council coffers for a contribution towards the upkeep of an estate. And may I make a final plea to the Minister that there are potentially thousands of leaseholders who are in a bit of a quandary at the moment about whether they should extend their lease or wait for the legislation. Will they be winners or losers, depending on which way things goes? Perhaps if the Government could give us very clear guidelines and guidance as soon as possible to all those who are thinking of selling or remortgages, I'm sure it will be welcome. There is, of course, it would be churlish not to say that there is much to welcome in this bill, and I'm sure by the end of it we will all be a lot wiser as to marriage value, the extension of leases, enfranchisement and forfeiture, and much more. We look forward to working across the House to put down amendments that will improve this well-intentioned but somewhat disappointing bill. And in particular, we would like to ensure that the rhetoric around the bill is actually borne out in reality.
Hear, hear. Well said, Dorothy.
My Lords, the bill before us contains some very welcome reforms, but also some omissions. It is silent on one overarching issue: the need for a regulator of property agents. Any reform of leasehold needs to consider the arrangements for the sales of leasehold property and for the ongoing management of leasehold flats. A good agent providing an effective service at a fair price can enhance the quality of life for the residents, and a bad agent demonstrating poor service, incompetence or misconduct can make life miserable for the leaseholders. Sadly, there are all too many examples of mis-selling, exorbitant service charges, lack of transparency and accountability, overpriced leasehold management. In a survey from the Property Institute, no less than 62% of those who have bought leasehold homes maintain they were given misleading or insufficient information. And I suspect most of us speaking in this debate have been sent tales of abysmal management and excessive fees, as illustrated by the Noble Baroness Lady Taylor and the Noble Baroness Lady Thornhill. Yet in most cases, leaseholders cannot change their managing agent and escape this trap. The role of a new regulator of property agents would be to encourage and support the good, raise standards and drive out the bad. The regulator would require agents to be suitably qualified and to engage in continuous professional development. The regulator would require adherence to codes of practice, probably with one overarching code and then specific codes for each specialism within the sector. Only those individuals and firms meeting the regulator's criteria would be given a licence to operate, and the regulator would have powers to discipline those who breached the relevant code, including the power to withdraw their licence. My Lords, I declare my housing and property interests as on the register, and I would add that I chaired the Government's Working Group on Regulation of Property Agents, which presented its report to Government back in July 2019. The working group comprised representatives of the sector and of consumers and was unanimous in strongly recommending the establishment of a regulator of property agents, estate agents, letting agents and managing agents, not least of retirement accommodation. My Lords, over recent weeks, your Lordship's Committee on Industry and Regulators, of which I am a member, has been revisiting the Working Group's 2019 report. Its conclusions were put to the Secretary of State, Michael Gove, last week and received widespread publicity. The Select Committee endorsed in all respects the earlier report, adding some extra emphasis for engagement by a new regulator with the consumers, the tenants, buyers, leaseholders. The Lords Committee noted the strongly held views of those representing the consumer, with powerful advocacy from Generation Rent and the Leasehold Knowledge Partnership, but there was also unanimity of view from the relevant professional bodies and industry stakeholders. In the briefings for our debate today, regulation of the sector is the #1 issue for both the Property Institute, previously the Association of Residential Managing Agents, and the Institute of Residential Property Managers, representing 6,000 property agents, and Property Mark, incorporating the National Association of Estate Agents and the Association of Residential Letting Agents, with some 18,000 member agents. So this is the industry's top ask as we consider amendments to the bill. Indeed, the urgency for regulatory reform has increased now that the Building Safety Act 2023 has meant managing agents handling huge sums of leaseholders and public money to ensure remedial work is carried out. It is more important than ever that only reputable, qualified, professional agents are in charge. My Lords, it does seem curious that with support from all sides and the obvious popularity of raising standards and rooting out bad practice in this sector, the Government has failed to include the creation of a regulator of property agents among its reforms to the leasehold sector in this bill. Not necessary? None of the committee's expert witnesses or the relevant consumer bodies have claimed that the industry does not need this change or that self-regulation is sufficient. The preparation of a voluntary code of practice by an industry group convened by the RICS and chaired by the Noble Baroness Lady Hayter of Kentish Town has paved the way for a regulator to determine the content of a statutory code. But all parties are agreed that a regulator with independence from the sector and real teeth is essential. Too late? No one can say that the proposals for a regulator have come too late to be included in the bill. Government has had the Regulation of Property Agents report, the ROPA report, for nearly 5 years. Too costly. It cannot be argued that the cost would be unduly burdensome. For example, some £15 million a year could be raised by a levy of £3 per annum for every leasehold property under management. Clearly, this would not add significantly to overheads or deter new entrants to the sector. An ombudsman instead? Could a more powerful ombudsman scheme achieve a similar outcome more simply than by creating a new regulator? A regulator and an ombudsman perform complementary but distinct roles, as demonstrated by the financial services sector and by the social housing sector. The ombudsman and a single ombudsman service is certainly to be preferred to the current situation with two competing redress schemes that can cause confusion. An ombudsman can only respond to complaints by individuals, and the ombudsman's powers to insist upon codes of practice and sanction offenders are necessarily limited. By contrast, a regulator has a wide brief, can specify required qualifications, take account of information from many sources, for example, from neighbouring agents who notice abuses, from press reports, from whistleblowers within firms, etc., and can have the flexibility to act accordingly. The property agency sector has a vital role to play in keeping people safe and well, providing a valued service for owners and landlords as well as for leaseholders and tenants. Good agents ought to be held in high regard. Bringing the industry into a properly regulated framework would professionalise the whole sector and give it the status and prestige it deserves. Can I therefore say to the noble Baroness, the Minister, there is still time to introduce an enabling clause into the bill to empower the Secretary of State to create a regulator of property agents. This would be greeted with acclaim by all parties involved, especially by the leaseholders suffering at the hands of badly performing agents. Let us put this key component into the bill while we can. Who knows when the opportunity will arise again?
Yeah. My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord Best. I agree with everything he said about regulation of property agents, and if he was minded to put an amendment to the bill, I would like to add my name. Could I thank my noble friend for her readiness to consult with colleagues throughout the passage of this bill, which I'm sure will facilitate its speedy work. My Lords, my speech is in two halves, the first focusing on the bill, and the second dealing with unfinished business with the Building Safety Act. The government is well ahead in the first half, but heading for a score draw by the end. I warmly welcome the bill, building as it does on previous pieces of legislation, all progressively empowering leaseholders and moving away from a feudal system of tenure that exists nowhere else in the world. I just touch on the more controversial measures on ground rents and marriage value. Having attended a meeting with other noble lords with freeholders, it is absolutely certain that this is going to be challenged in the courts. I take comfort from what is on the face of the bill, namely that my noble friend asserts the bill is compatible with the ECHR. On ground rents, the consultation closed on January the 17th. The Cabinet Office guidance says governments should, I quote, publish responses within 12 weeks or provide an explanation as to why that is not possible. That runs out on April the 10th. So will we have a response from the government before committee stage, hopefully rebutting rumours in last Sunday's Times? If the bill becomes an act and a leaseholder declines to pay the historic rent demanded by a freeholder citing this bill, and he is taken to court, as seems likely, will the government stand behind that leaseholder and bear the costs? On marriage value, many properties in London, from where most of the freehold objections have come, have been on 99-year leases for centuries. Each time the lease expired, the freeholder had all the marriage value, a financial polygamy, if ever I saw it. One area where we are going to make progress, I was relieved to hear what my noble friend said about forfeiture. A tenant can lose possession of a £500,000 flat for a debt of £351, with the landlord keeping the entire difference between the value of the property and the debt. But can my noble friend go a little bit further than what she said in her opening speech and commit to a government amendment to abolish forfeiture and replace it with a more balanced response? I share the disappointment of other noble lords at the absence of progress on commonhold. In 2019, the House of Commons Select Committee, with a Conservative majority, said, I quote, "The government needed to ensure that commonhold became the primary model of ownership of flats in England and Wales." And the noble Baroness Lady Taylor quoted Michael Gove's statement, which is worth repeating. "I don't believe leasehold is fair in any way. It is an outdated feudal system that needs to go. And we need to move to a better system and to liberate people from it." But, my lords, in the bill, no progress whatsoever on freehold flats. My lords, turning to the Building Safety Act, I welcome the measures the government have introduced to alleviate the problems of those living in flats requiring remediation following the tragedy of a Grenfell fire. But there is a significant gap, best illustrated by quoting the commitments the government made at the outset. In his statement in the other place on January the 10th, 2022, the Secretary of State said, I quote, we will take action to end the scandal and protect leaseholders. Later, he clarified what he meant. First, we will make sure that we provide leaseholders with statutory protection. That is what we aim to do, and we will work with colleagues across the House to ensure that that statutory protection extends to all the work required to make buildings safe. Note that the commitment extends to all building work, not just cladding, and there was no qualification of the word leaseholders. This broad commitment was confirmed by a letter written to all noble lords by my noble friend's predecessor, Lord Greenhalgh, on January the 20th, 2022. I quote, "The Secretary of State recently announced that leaseholders living in their homes should be protected from the costs of remediating historic building safety defects, not just cladding. But the position now, my lords, is that not all buildings are covered, not all building safety defects are covered, and crucially, not all leaseholders are protected. And in particular, it remains perverse that while we debate a bill to facilitate enfranchisement, the government has deliberately chosen not to give protection to those that have enfranchised, while leaseholders who have not enfranchised continue to enjoy a better deal. The two principal exclusions from the commitment given by the Secretary of State are leaseholders who live in buildings less than 11 metres tall and other non-qualifying leaseholders, a category that does not exist in Wales, where remediation funding for all buildings is made and all leaseholders are protected. On buildings under 11 metres, the government's position seems to be that residents should be able to leave the building in case of fire without expensive remediation. This position is at odds with that of the London Fire Brigade. This is their statement, I quote, "With regards to the remediation of buildings, we strongly assert that all buildings with serious fire safety defects should be remediated regardless of height." My lords, many of these flats are unsaleable, unmortgageable, and the owners cannot afford to pay for remediation, and, in the view of the Fire Brigade, unsafe. The department's case-by-case approach is moving at a glacial pace, with no clear outcome even for cases that are audited by the department and deemed to require remediation. Also excluded are leaseholders who own 3 or more residential properties. And the perverse consequence of this is that you can own a manor in the Cotswolds, plus a villa in Italy on Lake Garda, and a luxury penthouse in central London worth 1.5 million, and qualify for protection. Yet if you and your partner own a small terraced house and 3 small £100,000 buy-to-let apartments as part of your pension planning, only one of which has non-cladding fire safety defects, you will face bankruptcy. If we are to have exclusions, they should be value-based, not quantity-based. Then there is the position of joint ownership. In many cases, landlords only exceed the threshold of more than 3 UK properties because they jointly own properties with their partner. Now, I welcome the government's decision rather belatedly to consult on this. They issued a document last week with consultation due to end next week, a very short time for consultation. But if this means that a fit-for-purpose amendment can be introduced in this bill, then that could excuse it. The committee in the other place, the LUHC committee, with a government majority, rightly noted last year, I quote, "Leaseholders are no more to blame for non-cladding defects than they are for faulty cladding on homes they bought in good faith. Buy-to-let landlords are no more to blame than other leaseholders for historic building safety defects, and landing them with potentially unaffordable bills will only slow down or prevent works to make buildings safe." And that, of course, affects everybody in the block. At the moment, there are 4,092 buildings over 11 metres with unsafe cladding, but over half, 2,277, have no remediation plans in place. In short, my lords, the Building Safety Act created a 2-tiered system where leaseholders deemed qualifying will benefit from the protections, whereas those arbitrarily deemed non-qualifying have been left to fend for themselves, exposed to uncapped costs for non-cladding remediation. Those people took all available precautions when they bought and are in no way responsible for the defects that now need remediation. So, my Lords, without a truly comprehensive solution to all buildings of all heights and tenures, unfairness and uncertainty are set to perpetuate, not least because there is no deadline for remediation. My Lords, my amendments to this bill will seek to rectify these injustices, and I hope the government will listen.
Lord, he's been indefatigable in his pursuit of justice and improvements in the leasehold system. The noble lady is going to have a huge amount of help to improve this bill, because she has already heard from the noble Lord, Lord Best, about how to improve the regulatory system, and there will be lots of advice coming from around the House, as there has been from every quarter of every part of the industry that knows about leasehold. I welcome the bill, but like many other people in this House, and I'm sure she will hear at the rest of the debate, it is a disappointing bill because it does not fulfil the full task that the Law Commission undertook. And the point is, my Lords, that Mr Gove, who was ever cheerful, was hardly right when he said at second reading that this bill would mean the effective destruction of the leasehold system. Not so, my Lord, sadly. Serious damage yet, but the leasehold system survives. It will go on inflicting and perpetuating real damage, as we've heard already from around the House. He also conceded that more improvements were necessary, and I think we've heard of several very powerful reasons for that. Without delaying the bill, I'm sure in this House we can improve the bill very seriously. The failure to follow the full recommendations of the Law Commission is particularly frustrating because this is one of the areas of this complex and disastrous landscape of housing that we're looking at the moment, where a solution can be found through the law. The government said that there has not been enough legislative time. Well, I say very gently to the Minister, because I know she is not responsible, if the government had not distracted both houses with legislation such as the Rwanda bill, then we might have had more legislative time. It certainly would have had more time to consider, for example, the proposition that Lord Best made on introducing a regulator or addressing the building safety impacts. It would also not have had to introduce 124 of its own amendments at committee stage, 34 new clauses at committee stage, and a new schedule. My Lords, we are making legislation on the hoof. Legislation like this, which is consensual legislation, ought at least to have the benefit of proper and thorough scrutiny, and we will give it that in this place, and not least to some of those 72 very constructive amendments which came forward from the opposition in the other place as well, all of which, of course, were rejected. My Lords, reference has been made to this bizarre medieval system of leasehold which we have inherited. And like the feudal laws that it echoes, it does place all the power in the hands of the freeholders, who are indeed free. They're free of all obligations to show responsibility, transparency, or fair treatment to the leaseholders beholden to them. Leaseholders live with insecurity, compounded by secrecy. They live with no control over what the freeholders are up to next. They never know, especially with offshore companies. They are subject to arbitrary cuts, to things being loaded into maintenance, over which they have no control. The cases mentioned by my noble friend in the front bench were extraordinarily powerful this morning. They are subject to bad or indifferent property management, as Lord Best has described. They worry constantly about whether they should or could afford to extend the length of a lease, whether they should pursue enfranchisement, what does it involve, what will it cost, whether they should actually rent out or stay in or sell their home. So what are the implications? No other form of tenure is faced with these sorts of intractable problems, my lords. And we talked today about the precariat. Well, this is the precariat, at the very edge of the precariat, and 70% of leaseholders living in flats more so. Yet these people have less protection. Less protection in this bill. It does not offer them what they needed. I speak from experience, my lords. I am in that precariat. I am a leaseholder in a block of flats in London. And my second half of the bill, because this is, again, a speech of two halves, is about one of the particular issues that we're facing, which come on top of all these other issues. Now, if the bill had been comprehensive, it would certainly have abolished leasehold for all properties. So while I welcome the ban on new leasehold houses, I cannot understand the logic of not extending that to flats. I really cannot, not for political reasons alone, my lords. I welcome the changes which will make it cheaper and easier for existing leaseholds in houses and flats to extend their lease or buy their freeholds. Long overdue to be able to extend a 90-year lease to 990 years. But as has already been said, why could the government not have followed the logic and given leaseholders greater protection against losing their homes if they're found to be in minor breaches of the lease? I take comfort from what the Minister has said this morning, and I look forward to seeing what the government will bring forward. I just hope it will absolutely deal with the problem. Or indeed, why did they not follow the logic of placing in this bill the purpose of which is intended to reduce the cost of enfranchisement, a clear legal obligation to encourage leaseholders to acquire their freehold at the lowest possible cost when determining the applicable deferment. Now, many of the amendments put forward in the other place would have served the purposes of this bill very well. It would have been right and sensible to give leaseholders the right to buy out their ground rent, or to provide that all new flats should include a requirement to establish and operate a residence management company. We see the evidence every day how effective resident management buyouts have been. Lower costs, higher standards, and so on. And of course, as other members have said, the bill might have also included provision to give leaseholders the right to a share of the freehold, the first step towards commonhold, which is the preferred option. And the extensions of the protections around the Building Safety Act are very welcome. Now, we've heard already several times the importance of Lord Best's work on the Property Agents Working Group. My lords, the government, if the government was worried about Henry VIII clauses, because that's what it actually said, it will be the first time I've ever heard in this House any government ever worried about Henry VIII clauses. So I'm not going to take that seriously, and I don't think anybody else should either. So all I hope at this point is that the government finds not a better reason, but certainly a better reason for supporting Lord Best's case this morning. Now, we'll have a lot of further discussion on committee, I'm sure. And I'm very grateful to the Minister for already having engaged with me on a particular issue that I will bring forward, unless the government chooses to do so, at committee. I will ask the House to indulge me while I tell a particular tale, my Lord, which affects quite a lot of leaseholders in London, and it is a sort of extension of many of these issues. Many leaseholders in blocks of flats around and beyond London have been threatened in recent years by upward extensions. Upward extension has been made possible by permitted development, and there is no right to consult, there is no requirement for a full planning application, and there is no strength in objection. There are no affordable housing provisions required. There's no provision for disability. The new homes proposed are market rent. They do not help solve London's housing crisis. There's no provision for compensation caused by disruption or decanting of tenants. Imagine an 80-year-old who has been living in the top floor of a 4-storey house suddenly finds she's on a building site. She can't afford to move. No one's going to help her. She has to stay put. Now, my lords, that is the situation facing the residents from my block of flats at the moment. And extraordinarily, building control doesn't help. Building control operates in the way that it means permission can be given without construction methods being tested in advance. So you could get a builder who's never done this before, who suddenly decides to put a concrete structure on top of 4 stories. No one actually knows whether it's going to work, and building control will not actually take action until it's gone through the process. There is, in fact, potential damage or danger by construction methods and approach recognised by Departmental Circular 3/2020, but it's given pretty short shift. My lords, this is a really, really awful situation to be in when you have, as a resident, no power to challenge. We were in that situation. We were threatened by 2 stories, and then There was no consultation, minimal information, permission was sought and granted, first for 1 story under normal planning rules and then for 2. We lost our judicial review on the 1 story, and extraordinarily enough, we won on appeal on the 2 story because we were within the catchment area of a hospital heliport. Nothing to do with planning, nothing to do with our rights, only by accident. We are still under threat of a 1-story extension. Now, what I want in this bill is for the government to honour its promise. And this is where we come to it. The development ambitions of freeholders all across London and beyond are having a chilling effect on the ability of leaseholders to actually seek and afford enfranchisement. Because what happens is, and it's a new hazard, the development value of the plans brought forward by our freeholder have doubled the collective enfranchisement cost from 0.7.5 million to 1.75 million. It puts it outside the reach of most of the residents. The Law Commission proposed a remedy in their valuation report. The government, Mr Janrick no less, said in the House of Commons on the 11th of January 2021, leaseholders will also be able to voluntarily agree to a restriction on future development of their property to avoid paying development value. The impact assessment, and this bill, thank goodness, has an impact assessment, but buried in it, you have to be very forensic, recognises in Annex 2, Para 12, that the prospect of paying development value can make enfranchisement prohibitively expensive and contemplates there will be a new right for an option not to pay development value on condition the householders guarantee not to develop themselves. Now, that assessment I will draw to a close soon, my lords, but I'm afraid it is a bit detailed. The assessment also contemplates that the freeholder would be due reasonable out-of-pocket expenses if they have been genuinely incurred. Now, the freeholder gets some profit, the leaseholder gets absolutely nothing out of this. The Law Commission didn't recommend it. This is an invention of the government. Now, I have asked the Minister whether she thinks this is something that the government can honour in the prospect of this bill, and she has said that this is a live issue. That is all I need for now, because I do trust the Minister to take the seriousness of this issue. It is really quite a general issue now, and I will come back and discuss this with her if the government feel they can't, because she has already told me the permitted development review is under consultation, and there may be an implication there. Perhaps she could tell me that. But certainly we will engage in the course of committee, and I will not make any further argument at this point. Simply to say that I do welcome this bill. It is a huge opportunity. Let it not be a missed opportunity. Let us use the resources and expertise in this House to make this bill as robust and as comprehensive as we can, because I do believe actually there's quite a lot of goodwill on the part of the government to do that as well.
My Lords, it is a pleasure to follow the noble Lady Baroness Andrews and to listen to so many well-informed and eloquent contributions. And I also thank my noble friend, the Minister, for her engagement on the bill thus far. I am delighted to speak in favour of this important bill, and in so doing recognise the tireless advocacy of so many noble lords, especially my noble friend Lord Young of Cookham, the noble Earl Lord Lytton, and the noble Lords Lord Kennedy and Lord Best. Just over 100 years ago, a little-known thinker called Noel Skelton coined the idea of a property-owning democracy. And that belief is still a core tenet of conservatism. But today we are talking about tenants, not just tenants, because for far too many in England, property ownership has a fatal flaw. For far too many, their ownership is fundamentally limited. They do not truly own the properties they have saved to buy. They are merely tenants, albeit often on longer leases. In some cases, they are trapped by extortionate ground rents. In others, they risk losing the roof over their heads if they fail to make such payments. Some face exorbitant management charges or have to seek permission and pay a charge simply to change a kitchen cabinet. My Lords, our leasehold system has its origin in the feudal property laws. Feudalism was a core part of my history degree. It has no place in contemporary Britain. And this is why I am so delighted to speak in this debate today. Successive governments have promised reforms to the leasehold system and failed to deliver. As we heard in the other place, Tony Blair's New Labour promised to sweep it all away. They even produced a pamphlet about all their plans. But the Labour government did no such thing during their years in power. They retreated in the face of vocal opposition, and the situation of leaseholders today is little changed from that of the 1970s. And that is why this bill is so profoundly important. The reforms are actually deeply conservative, championed by none other than Margaret Thatcher during her opposition and her premiership. And I'm encouraged that His Majesty's opposition plan to engage seriously, as we all have a common interest to ensure its success. The bill corrects many injustices. Let me list just a few. It will end permanently the sale of new freehold houses. It will give new rights to existing leaseholders, making it cheaper and easier for them to extend their leases and making such extensions 990 years as a default. It will bring new transparency over service charges and make it easier for leaseholders to enfranchise. It will protect more leaseholders from unfair and unjustified service charges and will improve the management of many buildings. And these are huge steps forward, and I pay tribute to the work of my right honourable friend, the Levelling Up and Housing Secretary, as well as the Housing Minister Lee Rowley, and before him Rachel McLean. The reforms also build on the work of Sajid Javid as Housing Secretary and incorporate many recommendations of the Law Commission. So I welcome all of these measures. Taken together, this package is by far the biggest and most serious change to the leasehold system in recent decades. But I hope my friends in government will not object to me pressing them to go further in a few key areas while recognising all they have already secured. Firstly, enfranchisement. The process by which leaseholders can take over their freeholds will be improved by this bill. But I urge the government to go further and to abolish the residential freehold exemption and to lower the threshold of consenting flats required. Certainly, it should not be possible for a freeholder who also owns leases in a particular block to cast deciding votes on enfranchisement, and nor should absentee overseas owners be able to block the process. Secondly, commonhold. Successive housing ministers have championed commonhold as a viable alternative to leasehold. I am encouraged that the government has included a swathe of the Law Commission's reforms. Yet this bill does not yet include the measures the Law Commission considers necessary to make that system of tenure the new default. We need to move towards a commonhold system, and I sincerely hope that the necessary further measures can be incorporated as the bill goes through its further stages. I hope that my noble friend the Minister can confirm that they will be included so that we can finally get rid of the leasehold system. Thirdly, our manifesto. My right honourable friend Boris Johnson secured a substantial majority just 5 years ago on a manifesto which included the promise to implement a ban on the sale of new leasehold homes. The government has sought to suggest that banning leasehold houses fulfills this promise. It does not. For the majority of leaseholders are in flats. I recognise that no government would want to ban immediately the sale of new leasehold flats, and the commonhold fixes I have referenced above would need to be shown to work. But I suggest that the government takes a power to allow the Secretary of State to end all leasehold, while committing here that it would only be commenced once the market was ready. Fourthly and fifthly, we have heard a great deal in the other place about the need to address both forfeiture and the leasehold estates. My honourable friend Rachel McLean said quite simply that forfeiture must go, and she is right. It is simply wrong that a freeholder can make a tenant forfeit their flat over a disputed service charge. Likewise, my honourable friend Neil O'Brien was one of many who argued strongly about the need to end the model of leasehold estates and to help the 3 or 4 million people who are stuck on them. I will not repeat all the points made. Safe to say that I completely endorse the thrust of their arguments and call on my noble friend the Minister to commit to act now. My Lords, I have outlined 5 areas where I believe the government should move further. I hope they will do so that this bill, which already achieves so much, can be one which truly delivers the reforms needed to end leasehold for good.
Campbell Savers is participating remotely. I invite Lord Campbell Savers to speak.
My Lords, can I congratulate, in beginning my contribution, my noble friend on the front bench for her very comprehensive cant around the course of reform and I look forward to meeting her during the course of proceedings on the bill, if at all possible. I too give a cautious welcome to aspects of this bill. And I say cautious as I believe that a lack of political courage and clarity of purpose at this stage to at least commit on the issue of enfranchisement under a more acceptable form of tenure has created a lot of anxiety. And I will return to this issue later in my brief contribution. I think I should confess to some experience in some areas covered by the bill. In the 70s, I purchased the freehold on my London home, a seamless process which worked fairly well. Also in the 70s, on acquiring offices in a Lancashire town, I find myself in a quagmire of lease complications over leased accommodation with both office and residential leases. It seems I had inadvertently acquired a series of subleases, which I managed to dispose of to a number of grateful leaseholders at no cost to them. I've never had any desire to be a landlord. More recently, I, along with other flat owners, after protracted and expensive negotiations and days in a leasehold tribunal, we acquired the freehold to our flats outside London. The experience of sitting through days of these hearings at great expense has given me frontline experience on the process of enfranchisement. However, a far greater interest in terms of this bill is the experience and knowledge gained whilst as an MP over attempts to purchase the freehold of a London flat used for attending Parliament. In that particular case, over half the block concerned was owned by persons overseas. And many of these owners held their London assets in the name of nominee companies, either in tax havens or in the Far East. At that stage, there was no way we were able to crack that wall of secrecy. The managing agents pleaded client confidentiality. They could effectively do what they wanted. So why did we want to buy? I saw the service charge rise in 17 years from just over £2,000 a year to nearer £10,000 today. So I just sold up. The scandal of escalating service charges is not only hitting London, it's now hitting flat resale prices in many of our great northern cities. The evidence is to be found in property auction prices, Cluttons, Nationwide, Savills, to name but a few. My lords, escalating service charges are at the heart of arguments over this bill. And I greatly welcome those provisions in the bill that provide for greater transparency. I've always believed that transparency influences conduct. It stands at the heart of my whole approach to political life. For example, just imagine what arguments are going to break out when leaseholders learn of the percentage uplifts being added to their bills for contractual services, maintenance costs, insurance premiums, and variable admin charges. I've never seen a leasehold title service charge notification which reveals top slicing percentages. The question is, how will service charge companies compensate for their lost revenues? Will it simply fall on increased account handling charges? Well, my lords, I now want to move back to the issue of title. This appears to me to be the issue of most concern in the property market. I've had some very interesting conversations on this area of thinking as set out by Michael Gove over recent days. The letter from the Residential Freehold Association is what alerted me. By the way, I note the comments of the association where they state, and I'd just like to quote them, the proposed cap on ground rents would represent a retrospective interference in the value of legitimate investments made by institutional and private investors and could wipe out almost the entire value of investments into ground rents. The government cannot illegitimately reduce the value of these investments without compensating the investors who will be entitled to and will seek compensation for the loss of value they will suffer. Interfering with investors' existing contractual income streams will lead to a high rate of insolvency for landlords, leaving thousands of buildings in England and Wales without a functioning landlord. I don't think the association has really grasped the scale of public anxiety and scale of abuse deployed in property portfolio administration by some of their members. There is a very controversial message. There is a very controversial message. And whilst it may be exaggerated, it does need a response from government. I think they need to be corrected. We now hear reports of ground rent investments falling. They are increasingly being offered on property auction sites. And I worry that innocent buyers are picking them up in the expectation of long-term income returns, of course, without realizing the possible long-term negative effects on their investments. The government are not sending out a clear message. I've been able to talk to auctioneers marketing these products who all report a nervousness in the market, with the only real interest, interestingly, coming from those investors who lack the savvy to do their homework, essentially investors primarily from overseas. I also have had the opportunity of being able to talk to one investor who commands a very substantial portfolio in the area that we're talking about. It was a difficult message for me as he described in detail his concerns over what he regarded as expropriation. He foresees the collapse of his portfolio. The question is, what are we to do with this group of investors? Some ethical in their dealings, others whose approach has been thoroughly exploitive. I want reform and an end to exploitive leasehold practices. But equally, I want fairness. Confiscation cannot be on the agenda, but I want reform. This is obviously a very difficult issue for government. I suspect it will be all left to the incoming Labour government to sort out. I suppose, in truth, I want a review of all forms of title. The system removes the speculative tears. Yes, a tall order. My Lord, I speak in that after about 4:30 each day, I start relieving delayed reliability on transmission to the chamber impossible in terms of participation, especially during committee, which invariably comes later in the day on all bills going through Parliament. I will do my best to intervene when I can, although I shall be following the whole debate, which I find extremely interesting. Thank you.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the Noble Lord, and I'm sorry that his speech was somewhat interrupted by technology problems. I want to start by declaring an interest as a Vice President of the LGA, simply because the LGA is one of many, many organisations which have contributed evidence and views on this particular bill. And I also want to declare that I'm the joint leaseholder of just one residential flat, which I occupy during my parliamentary work. And I'm also in the same block of construction that Baroness Andrews was referring to, with exactly the same issues. And I shall certainly work alongside her at later stages of the bill. However, that's not going to be the centre point of what I want to say. I think there's been some really powerful contributions so far, and many of the things which I would want to highlight have already been very properly and well drawn into the debate by people who've actually created the policies which I want the government to advocate, never mind persuading them to join with me. Unfortunately, this bill comes from the same stable as the Levelling Up Bill. The Levelling Up Bill all the promise was in the title. It was the delivery part of the bill which was the problem. And we've got exactly the same tendency here. The Leasehold Reform Bill, the promise is in the title, but the delivery is not in the bill. They've got other things in common. Both bills suffered, and are still suffering in this bill's case, from a headlong rush by the government to introduce new material into the bill as it goes along. In many cases, and we see it in the report from the Commons, it was not controversial enough for the Commons to think that it should be divided on. But it came at such short notice that the Commons didn't have the opportunity to examine whether the stuff brought in front of it was going to work or not work. And I do want to say that we've heard enough evidence so far in what's been said in this chamber, in this debate, that the government is spending an increasing amount of its time chasing its tail, trying to make its legislation work. We saw that with the Levelling Up Bill, and some of us think that however hard they chased, they didn't actually succeed in catching their tail on that one. The Building Safety Act, which I and other noble lords spent a good deal of our time trying to steer through and measure and improve. It was an act where there was a very broad level of consensus on what should be in the bill on all sides. But in many cases, the government was somewhat resistant to the sensible improvements moved by all sides of the House, including their own backbenchers. And some of those things are the things which have had to be put right in further amendments, both to the Levelling Up Bill and now to this bill, where loopholes and omissions have come to light. And we've really had a hint in what the Minister said that we're going to have some more tail chasing in subsequent stages of this bill. Capping ground rents may be coming back to us. I hope it is. Forfeiture may be coming back to us. I hope it is. But I hope also it will come in sufficient time for us to spend reasonable time examining the material that the government brings forward so that we don't have to have follow-up bills chasing the government's legislative tail. Now, all that having been said, I do welcome the bill that's come in front of us, despite the fact that it suffers some major flaws which have already been spelt out by others. I'm not going to rehearse those, but I will just say that some of the worst of them were set out by my noble friend Baroness Thornhill from the front bench earlier in this debate. And I want to ask the government, the Minister, whether she can actually give us some positive information about the government's consultation on capping ground rents and on service charges, both matters which the noble Lord Young of Cookham brought into play earlier on, quite rightly so. And there are some missed opportunities for real reform. The regulation of property agents is clearly right up there near the top. And the omission of flats from the creation of new leases is just absurd. 70% of leaseholds are flats. The biggest growing market is flat building in inner urban areas, and they are all leaseholds. The problem is getting bigger. It's becoming a larger fraction of the housing market as we speak. And the idea that it's not appropriate or it's not timely or it's not sensible to tackle that seems to me strange in the extreme, difficult to justify, and certainly needs to be challenged. The failure to make more progress on common hold is, I won't say it's a mystery. I think the problem with common hold is it's very broadly seen as a very neat solution, but nobody's quite grappled with how you bring it into force. And I think it's a pity that the government is still struggling when there's so much good information available from the Law Commission and from others about what needs to happen to make that happen. The barriers to the right to manage are being tackled in this bill. But as Baroness Andrews has pointed out, there are some serious tripwires for potential enfranchisers to get to grips with. And I'm sure we will want to discuss that in more detail. But I want to pick up a point that my noble friend raised from the front bench about the right to manage. Right to manage works well if you've got managers who are tenants or leaseholders in those blocks. And so, if you like, it's an upper middle class project, enfranchisement. If you've got solicitors and accountants and so on who are your leaseholders, then you're well made. You can do it. But surely the right to manage it needs to go further, much further, through the socio-economic pyramid than that. And that means that to be workable, there are going to be not just right to manage projects, but there will need to be residential management agents who can do that work effectively on behalf of leaseholders. And that means, surely, that they have to be of good quality, of integrity, in other words, regulated. And I do hope that the government, in responding to Lord Best and his point about property agents, will also pick up the residential management agents question as well. My Lords, there's a deeper philosophical debate to be had about who in a mature democratic society should have the right to monopoly exploitation of the scarcity value of land. And the balance of that debate has moved over the last 250 years substantially in the direction of providing better protection for the weak and minimising harm to the common good. And both, of course, of those are at the expense of the monopoly holders of the scarcity of land. Now, the government is fond of saying that Britain is world leading, but in this particular area of policy, we are world trailing. Only England and Wales, which this Parliament is responsible for, and Australia have got anything like the anachronistic system that we have of the leasehold system, tainting the whole property market. And it's time that we caught up with the rest of the pack, even if it's too much to hope that this bill will get us somewhere near the front of the pack. So I think that this bill is just a skirmish in a much bigger battle for fair property rights and for access to decent housing for all. And that's why I welcome very much what the noble lady, the Minister, said in introducing it earlier this afternoon, that she's going to be ready and willing to engage with us in improving the bill, because, my goodness, it does need improving.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord Stunnell, with whom I served on the Built Environment Select Committee. Can I declare as interest that I was, until August last year, a member of the board of the Ebbsfleet Development Corporation, also that I own and live in a leasehold flat in London, and indeed own nominally a further leasehold flat as a will trustee, though I have no financial interest in it. Concerning the block of flats in which I live, we exercised some time ago, in fact, I think we were the second block in the country to exercise the right to manage when that legislative provision was introduced. And it has worked extremely well for us. It's persuaded me very strongly that the control of the management of the building in which you live is the solution to many of the problems that leaseholders have experienced with their freeholders and their managing agents. Now, I'm slightly baffled as to why the noble Lord Stunnell suggests that this is something that only the middle classes can attain to. I have to admit, we probably fit the description in terms of our residents that Lord Stunnell set out in the block where I live. But I don't understand why he says this can only be done by them. We, of course, don't manage the building ourselves. We interview and appoint and periodically change a professional managing agent, a property agent, but the point is that agent reports to us and is accountable to us financially and in terms of the decisions that are made. And the structure also allows us to put a long-term plan in place. In fact, I believe the legislation requires us to have a long-term plan, a 10-year plan, which has made the prediction of service charges very much easier. So I strongly support those parts of the bill which are aimed at giving residents greater control of the management of the blocks in which they live. But I will just say that if, as is not the case where I live, if there is profound disagreement between the residents of a particular property, shared property, on questions concerning heavy expenditure, there is no legal structure that is going to resolve those issues satisfactorily. What we need to do is bring about a change in human nature, and that, I'm afraid, is probably beyond the capacity of your lordship's House. I am concerned that the right to manage provisions as they currently exist appear not to extend to local authorities, even where the property is held outside the housing revenue account. And that is a point that I may well wish to probe further in committee. I'm also concerned about the idea that landlords will not be able to recover their legal fees from tenants as a result of disputes, and how that impacts particularly on right to manage companies and on any other form of tenant control that might be adopted as a result of this bill. It would, in effect, make it impossible for the right to manage company to take action against delinquent leaseholders because they do not have the resources or the deep pockets of these freeholders to take legal action, take the risk of being left with large legal bills. So I would like to propose that, to probe that further as well. Now, where the right to manage is not actually exercised, then leaseholders do have to face the prospect of service charges being administered by or on behalf of their freeholder. And this, I think, is the nub of the matter. I'll come to ground rents in a moment. This is a much more important issue than the question of ground rents. And I certainly take the view that freeholders should not be making a penny out of service charges. There is absolutely no justification for freeholders to do that. I mean, I would be perfectly happy if the bill contained a provision that prevented that from happening. I'd also be happy if the bill contained a provision saying that the total revenue to a managing agent was capped at a certain percentage of expenditure. And I don't think it requires, at least in this respect, a regulator to enforce that, because one could simply make such bills unenforceable in the courts so that the demand could not be collected. Where I depart from the government, and I suspect from the majority, well, I think from nearly all of the noble lords have spoken so far, is in the provisions relating to the retrospective cancellation of ground rents and indeed of marriage value. This is an astonishing proposition from a Conservative government, I'm afraid to say. It clearly, and lawyers have said this, it clearly threatens to damage the reputation of English law in the eyes of both domestic and foreign investors. It makes a wholly unjustified transfer of wealth from one group of persons to another, estimated at something like £40 billion being transferred from one pocket to another with almost no justification involved. And it will cause very serious difficulties for pension funds and other good faith investors. And I worry that there will be a tendency in this House not to engage properly with this issue, but to say it should be left, leave it all to the European Court of Human Rights because they're going to sue anyway and let them sort it out. I think we have to engage with the equity of this issue, with its fairness and with its justification. I have very great difficulties with it. I come to the question of estate charges. I haven't heard until today the expression leaseholder charges. I think we're talking about the same thing. These were brought up with great eloquence by the noble Baroness Lady Thornhill, and I share her outrage, really. Here I refer, the reason I mentioned my former membership of the board of the Ebbsfleet Development Corporation is that Ebbsfleet is being developed on this basis. The residents in Ebbsfleet will be paying charges for the maintenance of common utilities, parks, roads, things like that, amenities, which would normally be borne by a council. And I think this is the next great scandal approaching. I've actually said this in the House before. This is the next great scandal approaching the housing market. But I don't think it's the case that one should present this, as the noble Baroness did, as a case of sort of wicked mis-selling by developers, because it is in very large measure attributable to councils who are simply resiling from taking on their duties. They will accept the additional council tax that is generated by the new properties, but they will not take on the responsibilities for maintaining those common amenities. So I think there are two parties at least involved whose attitude on this needs to be addressed if we are to correct it. I come then finally to two lighter points. The first is, could we all agree to drop this use of the word feudal as a term of abuse? First of all, not everything about feudalism was bad, despite what the noble Baroness Lady Finn may choose to correct me on. But much more importantly, the law of property in this country was totally reorganised by the Law of Property Act in 1925. And that made provision for a form of tenure where property was shared, and it gave it the name leasehold. That might be an ancient name. They've got rid of copyhold and all the other stuff that existed. That might be an ancient name. But the fact of the matter is that leasehold as we know it today is not even 100 years old, let alone medieval. It is the creation of 20th century law. And I think we should recognise that and stop trying to demonise it by making out that it comes from the Dark Ages. And finally, my lords, very briefly, although this last point may be thought to stretch the scope of the bill a little, I shall be making a personal effort at some point to try and persuade the Secretary of State that it is time to amend the building regulations so as to make starling nest boxes, nest bricks, compulsory in new developments.
My Lords, I wish to follow Lord Moylan and Lord Young in pressing the Minister further on this vexed issue of ground rents. The history of the proposals on ground rents is of a kind of mirage on the horizon, which constantly the government is hoping to attain, and then it vanishes at the moment when action is expected to be taken. If I can just sum up the past, because it's, I think, important to understand quite how firm the commitments are which the government has given. It hasn't just raised this as an issue for consultation, my lords. It's given very firm commitments up to now, and then pressed the Minister further, not just on when the government intends to respond to the consultation, which, as Lord Young said, is due, but also some of the key issues of principle which underlie that consultation. This process began, my lords, on the 9th of November last year, when the Secretary of State issued a press notice from his department, which was headed Ground Rents Reform to Save Thousands for Leaseholders. That was a straightforward statement. And it said, my lords, proposals to slash ground rents and save homeowners thousands have been unveiled by the government today. What the statement said, this is the 9th of November statement, was not that the government was consulting on whether there should be reform of ground rents, but what that reform should be, what the specific reform should be. And indeed, the press notice of the 9th of November, my lords, sets out 5 options in respect of ground rents. Firstly, and this is historic ground rents, not new peppercorn leases. Firstly, setting ground rents at a peppercorn. Secondly, putting in place a maximum financial value which ground rents could never exceed. Thirdly, capping ground rents at a percentage of the property value. Fourthly, limiting ground rent in existing leases to the original amount when the lease was granted. and fifthly, freezing ground rents at current levels. So, my lords, the government in November set out 5 options, and the consultation was to choose between those 5. And those 5, if I may comment on Lord Moylan's point, have differing impacts on the those who currently own the ground rents, and some would appear to take more account of their rights than others. What the consultation does not do is have an option of no reform of ground rents. So my first question to the noble Baroness, the Minister, is it still the government's position? This is an absolutely fundamental issue which either this government will grapple with or the next one will have to inherit, that there will be a capping of ground rents, or is it their position that the status quo might be an option? Now, the Secretary of State, to muddy the water further, when he then introduced the bill on the 11th of December, repeating all kinds of points about feudalism and so on, which the noble Lord Moylan doesn't like, and my noble friend Lady Taylor pointed out he had expanded on in his previous speech. The Secretary of State actually came down very firmly in favour of restricting ground rents for historic leases at peppercorn value. Let me quote what he said, my lords, because this is going to be of some importance to us at later stages of this bill or for a future government. In column 659 of the debate in the House of Commons on the 11th of December last year, the Secretary of State said that at its conclusion, that is the conclusion of the consultation on the 5 options which had just been announced, we will legislate on the basis of that set of responses in order to ensure that ground rents are reduced and can only be levied in a justifiable way. He said, my favoured approach, this is the Secretary of State continuing, my favoured approach would be, and I believe that it should be, a peppercorn. Of course, if compelling evidence is produced as a Secretary of State with great civil servants, I will look at it. But my preference is clear, and I suspect it is the preference of the House as well. And I suspect it was, my lords. I think there would have been a cross-party majority in the House of Commons. Indeed, there would be a cross-party majority in this House for limiting ground rents. Now, my lords, that then leads to the issue of the disappearing consultation and why the government has given no response to it. And I suspect, my lords, that the content of the briefing to the Sunday Times, which Lord Young referred to, is more significant than we might be giving credence to, because I suspect it goes to the heart of the issues that Lord Moylan raised, and a concern on the part of the government that there will be protracted legal action, or that it might have to provide some form of compensation. Now, I, my lords, do not support the status quo, and I believe that where profits are made by companies and by private entities in a totally unjustifiable way, injurious to those on whom they impact, then it is a proportionate use of Parliament's power to intervene to stop that, particularly in cases where that harm is set to increase, which is the big problem at the heart of many of these ground rent complaints, where you have formulae for increasing ground rents, which are completely beyond the power of existing tenants to influence. And though it's true that they might have had the right not to buy in the first place at all, if this is a totally onerous and unjustifiable imposition in the first place, then it's right that Parliament should intervene. However, my lords, it's not my view that matters in respect of this. It's the government's view, which we need to know, not just when they will respond to the consultation, whether they still stand by the 5 options, but also, crucially, my lords, what is the government's view on the legal position in respect of the rights of ground landlords, and whether or not they might have a legal case or be liable for compensation? Because this is extremely important that we know, because we may have to legislate in a different way, depending on the outcome. Now, as it happens, my lords, the Secretary of State did address that issue also in his second reading speech. He said, and I quote, as follows, this is a very Michael Gove statement, because it's so robust, and yet not followed up by any action, which is a sort of characteristic of the Secretary of State. What he said, my lords, was this. I know some people will say, what about rights under the European Convention of Human Rights, he said. You are taking property away from people. I respect the ECHR, said the Secretary of State, but if it stands in the way of me defending the interests of people in this country who have been exploited by ground rent massaging, I am determined to legislate on behalf of those people because their interests matter than that particular piece of legislation. Well, my lords, my final question to the Minister then is that still the government's position? That if it's persuaded that the right option is to limit or to effectively eliminate ground rents, that it is justified in doing so despite the European Convention on Human Rights. And I would be very grateful if she could give us specific answers to these specific questions when she replies.
My Lord, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord Adonis, and I will come to the issue of ground rents shortly in my speech. I declare an interest as a long-standing leaseholder. And the bill before your Lordship's House today is, in my view, profoundly disappointing, as one or two noble lords have said. As the Secretary of State for Levelling Up Housing and Communities, Michael Gove, said in the other place, as previously mentioned, leasehold is a fundamentally unfair system, and his aim was the effective destruction of the leasehold system. Leasehold is, in his words, outdated and feudal. I know the noble Lord Moylan doesn't like that word, but and I agree also with the noble Baroness Lady Finn that leasehold has no place in the 21st century. So the bill falls a long way short of its objective of the destruction of leasehold, as the noble Baroness Lady Andrews also said earlier. As it stands, the leasehold system is virtually globally unique in a bad way to England and Wales. And it perpetuates a property market where around 10 million leasehold dwellers are at the mercy of freeholders and associated freehold professionals who sponge off leaseholders. Leasehold codifies and preserves in the modern age the medieval relationship between the serf and lord of the manor, because that is historically where leasehold came from. And again, I agree with the noble Baroness Lady Finn on this. As a historian with 3 degrees in history, I can assure you that it has quite a historic pedigree. There is a gap between those who own property outright and those who don't. This doesn't just apply to the great estates who still own huge chunks of prime London and other areas, but our country as a whole. The Secretary of State, Mr. Gove, himself said in the other place that the government would destroy the feudal leasehold system by, quote, by making sure we squeeze every possible income stream that freeholders currently use so that, in effect, their capacity to put the squeeze on the leaseholders ends. And this is the noble Baroness Lady Thornhill repeated this. But, my lords, we hear that Mr. Gove is having trouble fulfilling the Tories' election manifesto pledge to reduce all ground rents to peppercorns. And the noble Lord Adonis referred to this in his speech. But Mr. Gove is being opposed by the Treasury, Downing Street and freeholder interests. Meanwhile, as noted in the debate, the Competition and Markets Authority has ruled there is no legal or commercial reason justifying ground rents. Ground rents provide no service and are purely rent-seeking. My lords, I have very little sympathy for the self-serving arguments of vested interests who not only want to water down this bill further, but emasculate it completely. The effect of reducing ground rents to peppercorns is exaggerated, in my view, by the pension industry and freeholder lobby groups, and I don't agree with the noble Lord Moylan on this point. Some are hiding behind the European Convention on Human Rights and the right to property, and the noble Lord Adonis referenced this. And apart from making an excellent case for an opt-out from the ECHR, which I would have thought the noble Lord Moylan would welcome, I would point out that the rights of leaseholders need protecting too. Under the bill, the marriage value was to be abolished, we were told. It should not be... I'll give way.
Lord, that I have never actually argued that we should withdraw from the European Convention of Human Rights. I have an open mind.
Lord Moylan, what I said was I would have thought that you would welcome an opt-out on the ECHR on this, but if that's not the case, I'm happy to accept what you say on that. But Going back to marriage value, I don't think that marriage value should be replaced by a deferment rate which makes lease extensions even more expensive than they are now. Because really, the deferment rate, which the government is talking about setting, is merely marriage value by another name. And it can end up with leaseholders paying even more for lease extensions than they pay now, because it depends on the rate. In my view, His Majesty's Government should completely abolish the outmoded concept of marriage value, based not on what a property is currently valued at, but at what a freeholder imagines it may be worth in the future. But I do welcome the commitment of the Government to an online calculator, so at least leaseholders know what the cost of extending their lease might be. I listened carefully to the Minister's opening speech, and I hope that the noble lady, the Minister, can assure the House today that when this bill becomes law, it will indeed be cheaper and easier for existing leaseholders to extend their lease or buy their freehold. The greater transparency on charges, including insurance, and the end of the unfair presumption of leaseholders always paying all the landlord's legal costs is a step forward. As it stands, the system is heavily weighted in favour of the landlord or freeholder. Any legal challenge is fraught with risk, uncertain and extremely costly. Very few leaseholders attempt it. As noble lords have said, the stories of excessive and padded service charges and extortionate insurance premiums are legion and endemic. These abuses must be brought to an end as soon and as far as humanly possible. The extended right to manage in residential blocks is long overdue, and I don't accept that mixed residential and commercial blocks can't be managed by right to manage companies, or that investments will dry up as those who live or invest in such blocks are given more say over how they are run. I do regret the absence of the regulation of property management agents, as the noble Lord Best has repeatedly raised, or even an insistence that they should be trained and qualified. Property agents can control millions of pounds, and the standards of some of them are unbelievably poor. I know of no other body which potentially manages such large sums of other people's money, which is wholly unregulated. Voluntary codes and redress schemes are not enough. Common hold is once again being insufficiently promoted by His Majesty's Government, as mentioned by the noble Lord Young of Cookham and others, including the noble Baroness Lady Taylor of Stevenage. It may be unpopular with developers, but I believe it offers a realistic alternative to the flawed leasehold system. On forfeiture clauses in leaseholds mentioned by a number of noble lords and the Minister, while I agree that no one should lose their home for service charge arrears of a few £100s, these can be dealt with by the county court and bailiffs. Forfeiture clauses can be a useful deterrent for other breaches of the lease which are otherwise difficult to enforce, for example, persistent antisocial behaviour. I look forward to these and other issues being fully debated as this bill progresses through your Lordship's House.
My Lords, I remind your Lordships of my profession as a chartered surveyor and a lifelong involvement with building, survey valuation and property management for my sins. I thank the Noble Baroness and Minister for organising a drop-in session last week and for her suggestion of a further meeting, and I particularly thank her for the answers to several questions I had raised after that, which I received this morning, and I will look at those with great care. And I'd also like to thank the many bodies and individuals who have communicated with me about this bill. Now, on the face of it, this bill contains some very welcome measures indeed, and I support its aim for better consumer protection, and for all the reasons that the Noble Baroness, the Minister, has said. But I do say that in many areas it lacks coherence, and in particular it's in relation to its interface with building safety. Now, my Lords, we know the problems that have been explained by other noble lords. The escalating and opaque charges demanded of leaseholders, a building safety crisis that aggravates cost and risk, a mercenary culture among those who control and manage blocks, in which anything not expressly forbidden is fair game, mortgage lending practices that exacerbate the wasting asset problem, an opaque leasehold system that, while arguably not itself the prime cause, certainly facilitates abusive behaviours. There are laws and regulations on our statute book relating to misrepresentation, unfair terms, quality of good fitness for purpose, implied warranties and misdescriptions, just to name a few. Few, to my knowledge, are enforced to the satisfactory protection of leaseholders, and of course the regulation of property agents is completely absent. Let me point to progress in the remediation of defects which is plaguing leaseholders. Of the firms who signed a non-binding pledge with the Secretary of State, the best performer is understood to have remediated some 35% of the affected stock for which they were responsible, the worst perhaps 8%, as set out rather conveniently in the Mail on Sunday of the 17th of March. The government's January statistics on the developer remediation contract also make uncomfortable reading. Developers have accepted responsibility for 5% of some 90,000 residential buildings of 11 metres height and above. 37% of those where a determination has been made, so that's more than a third, needed remediation of some sort. Not a squeak, my lords, about the homes in the 11-metre and below category, where residents might arguably be safer from loss of life, but just as vulnerable to the remediation and financial loss trap. So building safety continues to foul up other leasehold issues. Now, the noble Lord Young of Cookham referred to a two-tier market. I would describe it as a three-tier market of qualified, partially qualified and non-qualified leaseholders. And that overlies a labyrinth of tests and exclusions according to such things as freeholder assets, cladding or non-cladding defects, building height, building information, and particularly where landlord certificates are required and where the landlord isn't actually the managing agent. And leaseholders unable to contract are further let down by a level of complexity that even professionals are reluctant to engage with. And I point to the problem with conveyances in particular. While this overshadows some 1.6 million unqualified leases, the construction sector appears to escape the bulk of its true responsibilities. This bill does not address that fundamental issue, namely that all innocent owners should be protected from poor construction and management practices as a consumer right. So in the grand political gesture of this bill, and there is something of a grand political gesture, the government appears unaware of how interconnected construction, property and financial markets are. On ground rents, the policy appears to be unravelling. But all parts of this model have to be addressed together if we are to stand any chance of fixing this problem at all. The government wags its finger at freeholders, fair enough, and it seeks to remedy some of the leasehold issues by adjusting the tenure balance. Exploitative practices and building remediation, unfortunately, do not entirely go away under this particular model. The same innocent homeowners remain imprisoned in their unmortgageable, unsaleable and potentially uninsurable homes, homes that should have been a safe haven and secure investment and are consuming lives and livelihoods, damaging life chances, productivity and health. These reforms do not seem to be driven, to me, do not seem to be driven by benefit to leaseholders as consumers who need protecting so much as political risk management. Otherwise, why would the bill seek to turn leaseholders into freeholders while denying freeholders the protection the government promised to give the leaseholders? This is an example of an area of incoherence in this bill. So the government policy is to make freeholders, who may be innocent of creating the construction defects themselves, uniquely responsible for ensuring remediation, and doing so at their own cost and risk, taking a legal punt on cost recovery from a developer if one exists, and doing so out of resources to be depleted by the effects of this bill. Well, my lords, does the government think that freeholders are willing and indeed able, or indeed solvent, to enable them to do this for the primary development, the benefit of leaseholders? Because it seems to me that default here simply puts the matter back into the hands of leaseholders and lawyers. And as somebody who is interested in property markets, that is something I want to avoid. I've heard it even suggested that insolvent freeholders, administrators, will hand over the freehold to residents with all the supposed benefits and none of the remediation and other burdens. Well, my lords, I regard that as completely naive. The claim of abolishing marriage value, in fact, disguised as a transfer of an identifiable element of value, long recognised in valuation practice and statute. I don't necessarily advocate or object to that. I merely state that as a matter of fact. But in future, this will solely benefit the leaseholder, and this has wider consequences for the financial model. I cannot say which way that will pan out, but it does have consequences. It's unclear from the government's impact assessment, furthermore, that any real benefit, net benefits, would fall to leaseholders. And in London and the South East, most benefiting leaseholds seem to be owned by investors, and a significant number of them are non-UK residents. I don't necessarily object to that at all. But I do say, is that the object of the policy in terms of transferring the benefit of this gain? And if I go on to say that investors, by contrast, owning 3 or more units, are actually denied the protections of the Building Safety Act. And how does the government explain that dichotomy? And I'd also point to Schedule 4 of the bill, where market value of assets is defined not by relevant reference to the accepted national and international standards relating to that term of market value, which assumes a willing buyer and a willing seller, but by reference to willing seller alone, presumably deemed to be willing at whatever low price the buyer suggests, for that is the inevitable consequence. So can the Minister explain that, and does she subscribe to a rules-based approach to property valuation? The market is on notice about the direction of travel here, even without peppercorn rents, and the bill is definitely going to shift the dial here. I simply ask the Minister, where is the evaluation of all these direct and indirect effects? Because we need to know. The Secretary of State views on the problem are well known, and they've been repeated by other noble lords already. I'm not sure whether it's the leasehold system as such or the culture and policies that attend it that are most at fault. It's presumably a combination of the two. And I really do support the consumer protection measures in this bill. But I do counsel against wanton destruction of value, of undermining people's investment in their homes, and or the risk of market disruption. Those have to be avoided. I do regard the government's proposals as a bit piecemeal, lacking in strategic foresight in replacing leasehold, which I think generally people feel is now something that has to be replaced. But in the meantime, it's going to continue for some time for certain people. But this is not good enough. There are around 5 million leasehold homes in England worth at least £1.25 trillion, and homeowners and their lenders need to be assured that there are plans in place for a smooth transition from one system to another, whatever the regime happens to be, and that they do not lose out meantime. And there have to be transparency over the process, transparency over cost, and please, less profiteering. There are opportunities in this highly complex bill to deliver better consumer protections, and I look forward to working with other noble lords in progressing that. But parts of the bill are very far from transparent themselves, and I think this is regrettable. Now, I promised the Minister suggestions on ways of further clamping down on exploitative behaviour that has blighted leasehold over the last 20 years. I'm afraid I haven't yet finalised these, I regret to tell her, but drawing on experience from the continent and elsewhere, I shall be elaborating on them as the bill proceeds. I will certainly return to building safety issues as the committee, in committee, because things simply cannot continue as they are, and the policy needs to be much more joined up. So my conclusion is really this. lest they become a protracted legal battleground with much collateral damage, all these things have to be dealt with together and not considered piecemeal. If they're considered piecemeal, great dangers arise from getting it wrong.
My Lords, I want to speak on the abolition of marriage value for leases under 80 years. This will create both financial and legal problems, as my noble friend Lord Moylan has already alluded to. Apart from the shocking moral issue of arbitrarily transferring wealth from one holder to another with no compensation, in this case from a freeholder to a leaseholder, there is a danger in tampering with property values when so much of the nation's economic activity is based on the security of property assets. I find it difficult to believe that His Majesty's government has properly considered the implications of going down this path. If the assets can, on the whim of a politician, have their value dramatically changed, you will ultimately, over time, end up with a breakdown of the financial system. Your Lordships might consider someone who has put some or possibly all of their life savings into an investment, suddenly having nothing. There will certainly be examples of this if the proposed confiscation takes place, as well as a diminution of pension fund benefits from pension funds who have invested in freehold ground rents. There's a strong risk of litigation under the Human Rights Act, as has already been mentioned. This could lead to an ECHR challenge against the government for the unjust removal of property rights, which could result in a significant bill for the taxpayer. There are 5.2 million leasehold properties, but only 400,000 are under 80 years. Of those, almost 2/5 are owned by professional landlords and are rented out. In these cases, the transfer will be from one investor to another. The remaining 3/5 of leases are owner-occupied properties. These transfers will mean a loss for Her Majesty's Treasury, His Majesty's Treasury, because freeholders will suffer a tax-deductible loss, but the profit to resident leaseholders will be tax-free as their principal private residence. This will amount to a loss in today's values of at least £1 billion to the Exchequer. 4/5 of the total value of all transfers will be in London and the South East, with a reputed 60% of these higher value properties being held by foreign owners in central London. This means that the bill will therefore lead to a significant transfer of wealth out of the United Kingdom. By grandfathering leases under 80 years, where marriage value is already imputed into their enfranchisement or lease extension value, freeholders will not suffer from what is an estimated loss to be of over 7 billion of financial value. If the government gives up the idea of abolishing marriage value for leases under 80 years, a substantial legal threat will be removed and a loss of significant sums to His Majesty's Treasury will be avoided. More importantly, the long-term threat of erosion of stability in the financial system will have also been avoided. My Lords, I will put down an appropriate amendment at committee stage.
My Lords, I begin by declaring my interest. I'm no longer a Church Commissioner. My time finished at the end of last year, but I am paid and, if the Lord spares me, will be pensioned by the Church Commissioners in due course. The Commissioners are freeholders, not least of the Hyde Park estate. That estate's been in continuous church ownership and care since around the 11th century, when it belonged to the monks of Westminster Abbey. I guess if I'm going to echo a word we've used several times today, that makes it genuinely feudal. I also own one leasehold flat in the West Midlands, which is set out in the Members' Register. My Lords, I support this bill. It addresses many deep injustices which other noble lords have addressed, and hence I don't wish to repeat. I'm also grateful to the noble lady, the Minister, for meeting with myself and colleagues from the charity sector a few days ago. I'm grateful for the comment from the noble Lord Best about regulation, and the noble Lord Young of Cockham on forfeiture, on buildings with fire and safety and other defects. And of course the noble Earl of Lytton, who's such a doughty campaigner on these matters. My Lords, it remains a huge scandal that so many people remain trapped owning apartments that are unsaleable. But there are three areas I'd like to see explored in later stages. I'll try to be brief for now. The first is about marriage value. You might expect a bishop to support marriage, and I won't disappoint you. I'm grateful to noble Lord Moylan for raising this subject, and not least in referring to pension funds, and again for noble Earl of Lytton, and most recently the noble Lord Howard of Rising. My concerns are with particular reference to those charities who own freehold as part of their permanent endowment. We've already heard some 80% or so of marriage value in the UK relates to properties in and around central London. And as several noble lords, including the noble Earl of Lytton, have stated, many of the leaseholders in these blocks are corporate and often overseas entities. They are not the people who this bill is aimed to protect or benefit, nor, my Lord, should it. The Church Commissioners' Hyde Park properties have an average sale value of £1 million. Those who own them are not, by and large, London's poor. So, my Lord, this bill, as drafted, will take money presently used for charity purposes and give it to the wealthy, robbing the poor to pay the rich, a reverse Robin Hood. But lest I be seen as being party pre, let me offer a non-church example. The John Lyons charity exists to fund children and young people's services, particularly in 9 North and West London boroughs. They are the largest independent funder of children and young people's services in Greater London. In 2022 to 23, they reached the milestone of awarding over £200 million in grants since 1991. That's over 4,500 grants to over 1,700 organisations. The loss of marriage value to them could cost them around £3 million per year, money which would go to owners of apartments valued in the millions. John Lyons, my lords, are not the kind of rogue landlords that leaseholders need protecting from. And indeed, my lords, it's a widely accepted principle of charity law, accepted even when the right to buy legislation was extended from council housing to many housing association tenants, that charity assets should not be transferred to individuals or bodies that would not qualify as their beneficiaries. And yet this bill seems to fly in the face of that principle. So I ask, is it possible to exempt charities? But it would appear that the National Trust already has such an exemption, and one not restricted to those parts of his estate that are inalienable under Act of Parliament. So the principle of exemption is not at stake. What we need to talk about is its extent. Hence, may I ask the noble lady, will ministers please look at whether that current exemption, or one similar to that afforded to the National Trust, could be extended to encompass other charities, or should that prove impossible, will they put forward a full compensation scheme for when a charity loses marriage value? My remaining 2 points relate specifically to mixed blocks in town and city centres. Typically, you'll get a ground floor of retail, then maybe some floors of offices, and then the residential floors on top. They might well have been addressed by us moving away from leasehold entirely, but whilst it remains, these points need to be addressed if our town and city centres are to be the vibrant hubs that we need. Firstly, how are we to prevent groups of enfranchised leaseholders, particularly if many of them are overseas companies, from neglecting the community facilities, those ground floor shops, sometimes even schools? I've heard it said by one of my colleagues that on one estate we could end up just with a whole load of vaping shops, mobile phone shops. We'd lose all the shops that really matter to people who live perhaps not in that block, but locally. So can the government offer us amendments that will enshrine ways to protect the non-residential parts of blocks, particularly those that are devoted to community and retail use? Or can we limit maybe those entitled to vote on decisions about properties to actual individual residents in person, rather than remote and often disinterested corporate entities who would simply see shops as a way of getting a rental income, not a service to a community that they play no part in? And finally, I am concerned that the reduction of the threshold around enfranchisement could lead to less building of homes in town and city centres, or we could end up with too few homes and too much office space. I am aware that I'm taking a different view than that of the Noble Lord Truscott a few minutes ago, so perhaps we need to establish the facts. So could I ask whether His Majesty's Government has undertaken any impact assessment on future home building, and if not, will it do so and report to your Lordship's House during the passage of this bill? Lords, in conclusion, I do believe this is a good bill, but it is one capable of improvement, and I look forward to continuing to engage with it through its later stages.
My Lords, I'd like to declare an interest as Deputy Mayor for Fire and Resilience in London, and I'd like to thank the Noble Lord Lord Young for his kind words about the London Fire Brigade. My Deputy Mayoral role does not cover residential housing directly. However, I am acutely aware of the emotional and financial costs faced by leaseholders. In particular, the issues in relation to remediation following the tragic Grenfell Tower fire have opened my eyes about leasehold and what a number of noble lords have observed, and what I understand the Secretary of State himself has said is a feudal and outdated system. If it isn't quite from the Dark Ages, as the noble Lord Lloyd Moylan argued, it definitely deserves to be consigned to history. I will speak later about some of the issues faced by a number of Londoners. I would first, however, like to ask the noble lady, the Minister, about the issue of forfeiture covered by my private member's bill, which would seek to amend the 1988 Housing Act. I'd like to thank the Minister for her time discussing it and for assurances that the Renters Reform Bill would cover this. I know from the noble lady's opening remarks that the Minister is aware of the issues around forfeiture. As the noble lady is aware, the main issue my bill would address is the current uncertainty as to whether residential leasehold properties with ground rents of more than £250 a year outside Greater London or more than £1,000 a year inside Greater London are deemed to be assured tenancies under the Housing Act of 1988. Currently, if the leases are assured tenancies and the ground rents aren't paid, then the landlord is able to repossess the property. There is no jurisdiction under the Housing Act of 1988 for a court to refuse to grant possession to the landlord under an assured tenancy. A court does, however, have the discretion to grant relief from forfeiture provided a leaseholder pays any outstanding amounts owed. This is an anachronism that should, in my view, be addressed at the earlier stage. Would the Minister accept an amendment that would do this in this bill, given the Renters' Bill appears to be taking some time to progress? As the noble Lady Baroness Thornhill says, it appears to have had a quiet death. In my view, it doesn't really matter that there aren't numerous examples of such forfeiture happening. It is the principle and the possibility and the threat that matters. This is an opportunity to address this through legislation. Forfeiture of this nature could undoubtedly happen. We know this because it already happens in relation to service charges. Recently, my lords, the Evening Standard raised the case of a Londoner who had not paid her service charge due to the fact she had lodged a tribunal against the freeholders for bogus service charges. Because the woman concerned had refused to pay a £5,500 bill, a figure 10 times higher than the estimate provided when she bought her flat, she is in breach of the lease and could lose her home. The paper rightly pointed to forfeiture as being the most mafia-like element of leasehold law in what they described as a crowded field. The woman concerned was in fact owed money by the freeholder. She'd been awarded money by a tribunal challenging bogus charges, but was still liable to lose her home. The tribunal system currently is slow and unfair. Many freeholders do not play ball. There are examples of unscrupulous freeholders and agents slowing down an already glacial process and often not paying what they owe. Can the noble lady, the Minister, say how the government feels this legislation will address the issues in the tribunal system and why they've not included removing forfeiture at this point through this bill? The bill is a missed opportunity to transform an outdated system which affects millions of people. In the case of this city, over a quarter of London's households live in leasehold properties. It's not good enough that more fundamental change, a move to common hold, is being delayed. While the government's recent proposals of reform are welcome as far as they go, they are too little and far too late. England and Wales, as far as I know, the only countries in the world still operating this feudal freeholder leaseholder system. This bill is a missed opportunity to provide the fundamental reform required. The Mayor of London has championed London's leaseholders and, like other Labour politicians, has called for wholesale reform of leasehold. London's housing strategy calls for the government to introduce alternative tenures such as common hold, which has already been introduced in Scotland, and increase the support and advice to existing leaseholders. Mayors have limited levers to improve the situation. This definitely needs government action. But in London, the Mayor has developed a range of ways to support fairer outcomes for leaseholders. This includes a requirement for 990-year leases as standard for shared ownership homes funded by City Hall. The Mayor has introduced the Leasehold Guide for Londoners, which provides guidance to leaseholders to help them make sense of the current unfair and complicated system. London has also introduced a service charges charter. This ensures City Hall's investment partners consider affordability and transparency when providing information to leaseholders. But best practice guidance is only ever picked up by responsible freeholders. What we really need is an end to the leasehold once and for all. What more will the noble lady do to ensure that leaseholders get a fair deal? In the absence of government action, will the government give further powers to regional mayors, or will they commit to go further than the current bill by including stronger measures in the government amendments? The Mayor of London is also campaigning for a cap on ground rents of existing leases at peppercorn rate, which would bring the greatest benefit to leaseholders who are currently required to pay ground rent to their freeholder, often with no clear service in return. I was disappointed to read that the Secretary of State has apparently bowed to pressure from those purporting, I understand without basis, to represent the interests of pension funds, and may back away from measures introducing peppercorn ground rents. Can the Minister reassure us that the government will consider this? My Lords, my final point is about the remediation of historic building safety failures. The government has rightly acted through legislation and through funding to protect some leaseholders, but remediation has been too slow and some people are left unable to move or with unreasonable and rising insurance bills even after remediation work has been completed. I know that the Minister is aware of the issue with the timber-framed leasehold properties in Barnet and the recent fire which has led to high remediation costs that are not obviously currently covered by building safety legislation and which will potentially therefore unfairly fall on the leaseholders. Will the Minister meet with Barnet Council to discuss this issue, and will the noble lady commit to looking at the gap it represents in current building safety legislation? The issues in Barnet are by no means unique. The building safety issues are part of a shocking legacy of many years of poor practice in development. Almost 7 years after the tragedy of the Grenfell Fire Tower, we're still seeing issues revealed in building safety and for leaseholders only when fires occur. This bill only goes part way to address the issues faced by leaseholders. Like other noble lords, I'd ask the government to strengthen the bill further as it passes through this House to avoid continuing an outdated and unfair system.
Hear, 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 hear. My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow Baroness Twycross, who I've worked for many years in City Hall. This is my first time making intervention in the debates. If I get a few things wrong, please handle with care. I have personal experience of being a leaseholder. I know how the system can be abused to rob you of your dignity, deny you control of your own finances. Today I'm speaking on behalf of millions of leaseholders who want to be released from this, and I share some enthusiasm for the use of this term, from this feudal system that renders them, according to the Competition and Market Authority, as captive consumers. My Lords, this is about whether we are a property-owning democracy or not. 13.9 million people in 2019 voted for a Conservative manifesto that pledged leasehold reform. A further 10 million people voted for a Labour Party who also promised the same. All parties since 1966 have promised leasehold and common home reform in election manifestos. So once you understand just how important this has been to most people in this country, it is astonishing to me that we still haven't been able to deliver the changes that many, if not all, leaseholders would want. Freeholders have no incentive to get the best financial value for upkeep, for insurance, or for repairs because they are not picking up the tab. This arrangement is ripe for abuse. 95% of flats are leasehold. This legal structure is a forced condition of sale for an increasing number of first-time buyers and elderly downsizers too. Many people in the leasehold world propagate a number of myths to make sure that we continue to hold on to this old-fashioned, and I'll say it again, feudal regime. They say things like leasehold reform is an affront to property rights. But my lords, leaseholders have already paid a premium for their home. According to a leading freehold lobby group, the Residential Freehold Association, professional freeholders typically only own a very small economic interest. They define this as just 2.5% of the capital involved in most of these cases. They say freehold reform is unprecedented abuse of existing contracts. Here, freehold lobby groups are ignoring all the times in the past that Parliament has stepped in to rebalance rights and obligations on property for the greater good. This isn't a recent thing, it's not a leaseholder thing. There are laws dating back to the 19th century that have been sought to bring greater equality to existing contracts. Indeed, Margaret Thatcher and John Major gave flat leaseholders the right to require their freehold in the 80s and the 90s. Leasehold reform removes professional landlords that put a burden of management on residents who don't have the time or the skill to take care. This, again, is simply a straw man to prevent bill-paying leaseholders from taking rightful control of their home, their money and their lives. I'm a Londoner and know the value of that great estates play, not only serving leaseholders but the wider community in placemaking. However, let's not pretend that all freeholders are benevolent actors or high-performing service providers such as Cadogan Estates, the Walden Estates or even the Canary Wharf Group. Your average freeholder appoints a managing agent who does the day-to-day management. That managing agent could easily be appointed by leaseholders, as flat owners do already in many, many places across the world. It's been said before in this debate that a property is best managed by the people who actually live there and know what's going on. And of course, we could concentrate on some of the bad behaviours by freeholders, artificially inflated, undocumented service charges, major works projects that are handed to a friendly contractor and then billed at double, sometimes triple the rate of the going rate when you get a second opinion on what the cost really should be. My lords, we have some of the highest housing costs in the whole of Europe, and I submit that leasehold is part of the problem. Last year, Hamptons found that leaseholders in England's flats were paying a punishing 7.6 billion in service charges, with service charges having jumped 50% in 5 years. There are many parts of this bill that should be commended and that I wholeheartedly back, and I've heard many more of your Lordship's House back these measures that are in the bill. But there are some things that we need to go further on. I personally think the ultimate solution is common hold, and it's a shame that that isn't being purported here. Things like 990-year leases as an extension, as a norm, of course that's a good measure. Stopping the punitive legal cost regime, which allows for freeholders to dump all of their legal costs and professional costs onto the leaseholders, whether they win or lose a case. Now that feels like feudalism to me, so I'll use that word again. But all of these points lead you to the question, how do we beef up the bill? Because the bill, in my opinion, does not go far enough in liberating leaseholders. And for those who think the provision of information will deal with the abusive practices, think again. The government is basically saying to leaseholders, you must become serial litigators. You will have to take on the big guys in the same way that the sub-postmasters had to take on the post office. As Conservatives, we should be fighting any unchallenged power anywhere in our system. We must always support the little man. The best version of conservatism is supporting the little man to take care of his own affairs. And that has to be done. But the most egregious thing for me personally is forfeiture. This is a gangster-like power, routinely used to abuse and extort money from hapless leaseholders under the threat of losing their home and all of their equity. It is no doubt that even though there's only a few cases of this every year, just the idea that it can be done is terror enough. I come from a group of people where buying your own home is freedom, and that freedom is curtailed just by the mere existence of forfeiture. I could go on at length for all the things that should be added to the bill. But I will say this: we must turbocharge the right to manage and enfranchisement. We must turbocharge it, and much more needs to be said about that. And I personally will be tabling some amendments to make sure that that is done. But to conclude, to take these few amendments, and many of the amendments that I talked about today in the House, will make this bill what has been promised. The Tony Blair government promised to do this and hasn't done it. This government can do it and fulfil something that the people of this country deeply, deeply need to happen. I say again, are we a freedom-loving, property-owning democracy or not? The passage of this bill and the provisions it actually brings into law will make the difference in that statement.
My Lords, first I would thank Lord Bailey for his contribution and make me the first of many. My Lords, I need to declare my interest on the register as the Chairman of the Advisory Board of the Property Redress Scheme, but I do not intend to speak on redress here today. My Lords, no one will disagree that the leasehold system has been plagued by cowboys and those seeking to exploit a broken system. The government has sought to address these issues in this bill. I'm concerned that it does not go nearly far enough. That said, where they are acting, there are huge flaws that will fundamentally undermine our property rights and as such put our pension funds and economic prosperity at risk. I would like to draw the attention of the House to an aspect of the Leasehold and Reform Bill which has not until this debate received the attention I believe it warrants and very much needs. It concerns marriage values, referred to by the Lord Truscott, the Earl Lytton, and in detail by Lord Howard. Marriage value, for those who are unfamiliar with this term, is defined as the increase in the property's value once a lease below 80 years is extended or enfranchised. Existing legislation requires the financial benefit or additional value created when extending or enfranchising a lease and merging the freeholder with the leaseholder interests be shared equally by both parties, so they benefit more or less on equal terms. As this House is no doubt aware, the bill proposes to abolish marriage value. It concerns me deeply that its proposed change has not featured in public debate around ground rents and leaseholds. The change only very briefly featured in discussions during the Public Bill Committee's scrutiny in the other House. And indeed, much of that discussion, if I may say, about whether marriage value was a hypothetical concept. I can assure you, as other noble lords have, that marriage value is certainly not hypothetical. Furthermore, its immediate abolishment will cause a number of under-assessed problems for the country, as I will outline. This is a highly inequitable measure which will disrupt investment in our property market and wider recovery. First, let me outline my concerns about the inequitable nature of the proposed measure. The government has stated that the abolition of marriage value will transfer £7.1 billion of freeholders' investment equity to leaseholders. In the broken feudal system of leasehold, this could initially be a warmly welcomed measure. However, if you scratch the surface of the assumed benefits of the measure falls apart. Of the 5.2 million leasehold properties in England and Wales, only 400,000 have leases under 80 years, the point at which marriage value is applied. As such, £7.1 billion will be transferred to just 8% of leaseholders. Sounds good, perhaps? But of 400,000 properties, or 8% of all leaseholders, 2/5 are owned by private landlords. Many of these landlords would have made the decision to buy these short and therefore cheaper leases with the explicit intention of renting them out or at a proportionally high market rents and therefore maximising the return on their investment because they're not looking for the long term. Worse still, 4/5 of the total value of this equity transfer will occur in London or the South East, negatively impacting efforts to rebalance regional wealth disparities. But what has struck me most significantly is that of these higher value properties, 60% of the leaseholds, and I do mean leaseholds, are held by foreign owners in central London. Let me summarise that. Through this measure, the government are transferring £7.1 billion of freeholder wealth to just 8% of all leaseholders. 2/5 of these leaseholders are private landlords. 4/5 of the wealth transfer will occur in the already prosperous London and the South East. And a huge amount of this wealth will be transferred out of the country into foreign ownership of the leaseholders. But this is not the end of the inequitable consequences of immediately abolishing marriage value. Let's imagine there are two flats next to each other at the point where the properties only have 80 years remaining on their leases, where marriage value begins to be applied. One leaseholder did the right thing, and took money from their savings or remortgaged to be able to extend their lease and protect the value of their asset. Under this measure, those people who did the right thing, and protected their asset will be worse off than those who did not but will now receive this benefit for free. Essentially, the government is principally transferring wealth not to those who require more support, but to relatively wealthy individuals in the main, many of whom deliberately buy or remain in short lease properties. The government is about to deliver foreign leaseholders, an enormous birthday present while undermining the property rights that are the bedrock of UK pension funds. This is surely an unintended consequence that requires further consideration by the government. My Lords, moving on to the wider implications for the property industry and our economy, I'm sure that you would agree that the UK has a world-leading reputation as a nation that respects property rights. This reputation has allowed us to build a strong domestic and foreign direct investment environment. I am concerned that retrospectively, I emphasise the word retrospectively, expropriating assets from property investment sends all the wrong messages both to domestic and international investors that British property rights are no longer sacrosanct. The failure to protect property rights will undermine the UK as a place to invest. Money will divert to the UK's international competitors because of the risk that the UK government can move the goalposts and retrospectively, I emphasise the word again, apply to changes to existing investment returns. This will lead to uncertainty and a loss of confidence in the UK economy. The result will be fewer British businesses getting the investment they need, less housing being built, and lower economic growth, and lower tax revenues to fund things like the NHS and other vital public services relied on by the people of this country. My Lords, in abolishing marriage value threatens to completely undermine investor confidence in our property market and damage the wider economy. As we've seen in the media this weekend, The Treasury has intervened in the ground rents elements of this bill due to concerns about the impact on pension funds. Marriage value, though overlooked but not today in this chamber, bears similar risks for the government. Additionally, it will lead to tax-free gain for the leaseholders, who are owner-occupiers, but the freeholders' loss will not in effect taxable, further impacting on Treasury's coffers. This, my lords, needs to be reassessed. Additionally, and has been mentioned in passing, the UK Supreme Court has observed that as a minority group, landlords, however unpopular, and they are often unpopular, are much entitled to protection in their so-called human rights. The abolition of marriage value can be argued to be an unfair expropriation as it falls short of the fair balance principle. Marriage value has been enshrined in law since 1993 to ensure that freeholders are fairly compensated when a lease was enfranchised or extended, quite rightly so. This expropriation of wealth takes away an entitlement without a fair balancing aspect, which will lead possibly to an ECHR challenge, which is to be mentioned by another noble peer, that could further saddle the taxpayer with a substantial bill. Fortunately, my lords, there is a compromise to be made, and I move the bill needs a straightforward amendment which tweaks the legislation by grandfathering the current situation for those leases which are fewer than 80 years to run to reversion. By grandfathering, if the term is unfamiliar to some, I am referring to the well-established practice of excluding those leases with under 80 years remaining on the date of royal assent from the changes to marriage value. By grandfathering those existing leases with less than 80 years where marriage value is already imputed into their reversion value, freehold investors will not suffer from the destruction of £7.1 billion of financial value. My lords, any lease with more than 80 years remaining at the time of the Act passing will not have marriage value included within the calculation of the premium for a lease extension or enfranchisement now or in the future. The government will therefore still have achieved the objective of abolishing marriage value. To abolish marriage value would be to abolish investment confidence in our property market through a deeply inequitable measure. A grandfathering clause will protect investors, therefore maintaining investor confidence in our property market. My lords, in case people don't really understand the principle of marriage value and the abolition of it, I stress that this does not stop extending or enfranchising, but affects purely the valuation of the property or over or undervaluation of the property, and therefore I trust in the course of this bill we might consider a grandfathering clause in relation to property.
My Lords, rent is derived from the ownership of value of land or other property, and it's an income derived without effort on the part of the owner. The owner would have derived a title to the property at some time in the past. This may have been achieved by means of their labours or by inheritance, or the title may have been acquired by nefarious means that are nominally legitimate. The British economy is in decline. It offers diminishing opportunities for gainful employment. Therefore, there is nowadays a heightened incentive to acquire an income through rent. However, since such acquisitions are often at the expense of another party, rent-seeking requires to be restrained if it is not to do damage to the social fabric. In recent years, the market in the UK for residential property and for accommodation has been severely affected by the activities of rent-seekers. The Leasehold and Freehold Reform Bill seeks to place some restraint on these activities. It's appropriate briefly to describe what's been happening in recent times. The problems arising have two aspects. They affect both newly built properties and pre-existing properties. The newly built properties have been sold to new occupiers under leasehold clauses that allow the house builder to retain the ultimate ownership. They're often built in estates, and the house builders will propose that payments are due for the upkeep of the estate. There has been nothing to prevent the house builders who retain the freehold from increasing these so-called service charges to an exorbitant level that far exceeds the cost of maintaining the estate. They are an income derived without effort on the part of the recipient. And it's remarkable that many house builders have managed to sell the properties under leasehold clauses without the new occupants realising that they are not the full owners of the houses. The bill addresses this abuse by partially banning the sale of new houses under leasehold clauses. However, it also contains provisions for a category of permitted leases in respect of new houses. It's notable that the provisions of the bill that restrain the sale of new houses under leasehold relate only to future ownership. They do nothing to address the abuses of the past. Admittedly, freeholders and their agents must now guard their behaviour for fear of a legal redress that the leaseholders will be empowered to seek. But this seems to alter the balance of power between the two parties only in a minor way. Hitherto, the powers of the freeholder have been exorbitant. They've been able to set the service charges and the insurance fees at whatever levels they choose. They've also been able to impose upon the tenants any legal costs that might arise out of their defence of a case brought against them in a tribunal or a court, regardless of the outcome. They have unlimited powers, they still have unlimited powers of repossession in cases where tenants have refused or have been unable to pay the service charges. The second major concern is the manner in which leasehold arrangements are to the disadvantage of the inhabitants of flats. And it should be recorded at the outset that of the dwellings in the United Kingdom, or at least in England, 70% are flats and the remaining 30% are houses. Flats may be located in tower blocks or they may be located in small terraced houses. Other speakers have taken time to describe how tenants in tower blocks have been affected by shoddy workmanship and by inflammable cladding. Many have had no legal redress and are facing financial ruin. I shall concentrate on flats in modest houses. And for an illustration, I shall consider a small estuarine town in the mouth of the River Thames at a commuting distance from London. The attractive terraced houses are at increasing elevations as one moves away from the water's edge towards the high street at the centre of the town. Most of the houses are divided into 2 or 3 flats that are typically occupied by elderly people or by impecunious families. And like many seaside towns, this one has not been prospering of late. But there are clear signs that this is changing through the influx of wealthier Londoners. A prescient property company has been buying up the freeholds of these properties, which will remain mainly in the hands of the previous owners who've moved away. They may have sold the leaseholds in respect of 2 or 3 of the flats that the houses now comprise. The property company is a conglomerate, or at least a federation of agencies. A search of the company's register reveals that the constituent parts have directors in common. They comprise a property company, a managing and letting agency, a firm of solicitors, an insurance broker, and there's also a shadowy affiliated company by name of Capital Recoveries. The property companies purchased the freeholds at what might seem to their owners to be attractive prices, but they're unlikely to have recognised in full the prospective values of their properties. Some of the existing freehold owners have acquired their titles in an era of low interest rates that encourage them to buy to let. The current high interest rates, and in the case of the leasehold owners, the additional burden of increasing service charges are encouraging many of them to sell up. The remaining problem for the property company is how to expel the tenants from the properties that are now in their control. This is not difficult to do in an era of no-fault evictions. In the meanwhile, they might be prepared to bide their time by deriving rents from the tenants. The only anxiety of the property companies is that they may have to face an incoming government that is intent on providing greater protection to the tenants. The present bill will require the property companies to smarten up some of their practices. After the COVID pandemic, the lists of service charges for both small houses divided into flats and for blocks of flats containing and for blocks of many flats contain an item described as charges for the deep cleansing of communal areas. There were no such common areas in small houses, and the testimony of the tenants was that no one from the management agency and letting agency had ever paid a visit. Such spurious charges may not be sustainable any longer under the prospective legislation, but it will continue to permit many other abuses.
My Lords, there is much to be applauded in this bill before us today. However, I am concerned that in seeking their objectives, the government are using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The law of unintended consequences shines brightly through these proposals, and I shall address some of these concerns. First, I declare my interest, retired chartered surveyor, and other items on the register. I am also a leaseholder of a flat myself, and I would like to thank the library for their excellent briefing and others who have provided experience and expertise. I said there's much to be applauded in this bill, and there is. Squeezing out bad practice from managing agents. We've heard a lot about this. I think it misses the point. Improving the rights of occupiers, sometimes. Reducing ground rents and their review patterns, agreed but flawed. Improving the lease extension process, agreed. That's not a good school report. There is a shortfall. There are omissions in the bill, missed opportunities, uncomfortable Henry VIII clauses, which have been highlighted by the Delegated Powers Committee report. First, I would like to look at the impact of this bill on investors. Who are the freeholders? And here I want to build on the comments of the noble Lord Howard of Rising. There appears to be a misunderstanding within government that freeholders are frequently bad actors in freehold disguise. Of course, there are some of these, and they need to be brought to heel. But the vast majority of freehold residential ground rents are now in the hands of institutions. These life insurance companies, charities, endowments, pension funds, and other legitimate investors. We should consider for a moment why these institutions invest in these freehold ground rents. They do this because they provide certainty of income, which crucially matches their liabilities. Removal of this value may impact the capital adequacy of these legitimate organisations, itself attracting the interest of regulators, government through another door, and will almost certainly require significant government compensation for the loss of value these proposals will inflict. Some pensions will fall in value, and some legitimate investment managers who have been entrusted with the husbandry of those assets risk administration. I see nothing in the bill offering compensation for those who will suffer this collapse in value. I look forward to the noble lady, the Minister's proposals concerning compensation, and find it curious that this has not been recognised and addressed. Hopefully it is not being left to Mugabe-style economics, simply stripping one group of property owners for the benefit of another. I now turn to the abolition of marriage value, and Noble Lord Palmer usefully defined the phrase. And when valuing a property, be it residential or commercial, marriage value is calculated to apportion value sharing between freeholder and leaseholder, which is then divided either according to formula or agreement. Abolition of marriage value does not just interfere with the division of proceeds for a lease extension, it gives the entire sum to the head leaseholder. Much better a regulated sharing arrangement. Does the government recognise that many of these leaseholders are not the occupiers? Many investors have specifically bought leasehold flats and houses as investments on long leases in order to sublet them to third parties. They're very good investments. They are buy-to-let landlords. They are investors. They are not occupiers. And as we have heard from the noble Lord Campbell Savers and Lord Palmer, many of them are foreign nationals. Many of them buy through companies registered overseas, who probably pay little or no tax. And we heard some figures relating to the volumes of money which could be transferred in this direction. For these foreign-based investors, this bill is the Christmas present of all time. And make no mistake, smart investors recognizing this forthcoming windfall are already buying residential short and medium-term leases, precisely for this purpose. Having cheaply extended the lease, they will immediately reoffer the flat for sale with vacant possession and enjoy the big lottery win. These winners, I repeat, these winners are not the occupiers the bill is designed to protect. They are speculators. This bill really is providing a huge transfer of wealth at the stroke of a pen, and I feel not enough thought has gone into how that wealth will be distributed. The assumption that it is always the occupiers who will be relieved of the pain of paying for a lease extension is simply not the case. We should be absolutely clear that the great transfer of wealth this bill seeks to engineer is largely going to speculators, not to the occupiers. Occupiers are so often sublessees, even on long leases. I ask the Minister if she intends to introduce an amendment to ensure that it is the occupiers, not the investors, who will benefit from this change in the law. Turning to right to manage, in principle, giving residents of blocks of flats the right to manage the building is fine, but in practical terms it would be much better to tighten up on the rules applying to bad managers than to make the right to manage by occupiers so straightforward, in my opinion. Bad property management is one of the drivers of this bill, and without further thought, things may not improve. The process of enforcing service charges, indeed simply calculating service charges, dealing with those who refuse to pay their share, dealing with building services, and more, is not easy, and certainly not easy for residents unless they instruct agents. I ask you to consider someone living on the upper floor of a multi-storey block of flats with no lift. No lift because the right to manage has been applied and the manager cannot collect the necessary dues. They aren't organised in the process of recovering the necessary dues, and the occupiers, in order to service the lift, and of course it can get worse. And think for a moment of the disabled unable to use the stairs. And in fact, I have a close friend who is wheelchair-bound and currently stranded on the upper floor of a modern block of flats because the lift has been out of service for several months. My lords, this may become the norm, a clearly unintended consequence. This right to manage needs better construction. We have heard from numerous speakers that it would be far more effective to better regulate expert property managers and require qualifications. I fear there will be a very difficult time ahead for residents of many blocks of flats who decide to manage themselves and become entangled in the complex business they do not fully understand with its freehold, with its legal obligations, nor will they, with all the best will in the world, have the skills to deliver. Lords Moylan and Lord Bailey clearly illustrated this. Other than for very small buildings themselves, the right to manage should be subcontracted, and this does bring us back to the need for regulation and qualifications for managing agents. Touching on service charges, I applaud the changes proposed. Transparency, response times, removal of unfair practices, open reporting and penalties for non-compliance. All these and more are good. However, I do not believe that the £5,000 maximum penalty proposed for bad property management behaviour is nearly enough. For whilst it may seem high in relation to the service charge for an individual flat, it could be a very small sum of money for the firm of property managing agents who are looking after hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of flats. This figure needs increasing to the point that it hurts, thus positively encouraging the managing agent to exercise their functions well and with the occupier's interests in mind. The right to manage mixed buildings has been discussed this afternoon extensively. It is hugely complex. Non-residential elements in these buildings needs expert property attention to an even greater extent than in blocks of flats. It is not layman's territory. To allow residential leaseholders to manage a mixed-use building with a significant percentage of non-residential floor space is inviting trouble, particularly when development opportunities arise. These days, such developments frequently create large volumes of housing units, helpfully adding to the government's targets. This will almost certainly be lost as the ownership, control and management of these properties is transferred to the residential occupiers management company, or in many cases the foreign nationals and companies registered overseas who are already rubbing their hands in anticipation. Unless, of course, the residential management team bring in the skills, but that is not without cost, and in the case of mixed-use buildings, it is likely to be an expensive exercise. Notwithstanding best intentions, to try and exercise these functions in practical terms, it will be almost impossible, as what might have been a significant development opportunity stagnates or becomes broken up, and the critical mass required for major redevelopment is lost. As I said at the beginning, there is much in this bill which I applaud, but I fear it has not been sufficiently carefully thought through.
My Lords, it's a pleasure and an honour to follow the noble Lord Thurlow. My Lords, the Government's Leasehold and Freehold Reform Bill is certainly attracting support and high expectations in some places, and not only from current and potential future leaseholders. Lower charges, longer lease extensions, and more rights regarding management of blocks of flats. Leasehold for newly built single houses is to be abolished, so it's leasehold flats, by far the largest type of leasehold property, which is really what is being discussed today. So, what is not to like about the possibility of leasehold properties paying lower, possibly even peppercorn ground rent, which really means zero rent? That already applies to leases taken on since 2022, but consideration is now being given to applying it to all leasehold properties. What's not to like about the possible abolition of marriage value, making it a far more profitable outcome for leaseholders applying for an extension to their diminishing lease? And all leases, new and renewed, to run for 990 years. But, my Lords, I do have real misgivings about the main thrust of this bill. Essentially, I find it hard to support government intervention in legally held property rights in principle, but especially those which have existed for many years in accepted legal property arrangements established between two consenting parties, the freeholder and the leaseholder, although I think I would advise that both parties get proper legal advice so they understand what they're taking on. It is surely important to reflect that leasehold has been a property arrangement which has benefited millions of people over many years. Certainly in London, where owning property is an expensive business, leasehold has provided probably the only route for most people to owning at least a small home for a set period, usually extendable, which is remotely affordable for many to buy. I myself, after working for some years in London and sharing a flat with an endlessly changing group of friends, decided I must have a place of my own, and leasehold provided the only affordable as well as dependable route. Yes, there are greedy freeholders and property investors whose demands need to be restrained, and I very much welcome the proposals in this bill to help leaseholders challenge more easily poor management and unreasonable charges in court. But overall, this system has survived as long as it has because in the main it has worked. It has provided benefits for both sides. So my first problem with this bill concerns the proposals to axe two key components affecting the financial benefits that accrue to the freeholder, and we've heard both of them discussed at some length already, so I'll try and be quite brief. The first is ground rent, and it stems from the entirely legitimate principle that the land on which leasehold properties sit is not owned by their inhabitants and therefore requires rent to be paid. The government is still, I believe, considering the long-term future of ground rent, and I totally agree that the level of ground rent must be kept reasonable, but it cannot simply become peppercorn, which would create a huge drop in incomes for freeholders and investors such as pension funds. I suspect it could lead to a major legal challenge, as we've also heard. But I would support a proposal which defends the principle of ground rent, but limits the impact by settling on a permanent, reasonable sum to be agreed by both sides involved in this issue. My second concern is around marriage value, as we've also been hearing about. This arises when a leaseholder applies to the freeholder for a lease extension when the lease drops below 80 years. Marriage value represents the total of the property of both the freehold and the extended leasehold added together, and the total is then divided between the two parties to reflect the benefit to both of them of marrying their interests. This bill proposes abolishing marriage value and, as mentioned by the Noble Lord Palmer, allowing the leaseholder to extend their lease for far less at the expense of the freeholder. And as several noble lords have already said, this will massively advantage the many investors who own leaseholds as an investment rather than a home, especially in lucrative areas like London and the South East. According to figures produced by Quad Cluttons, 80% of this transfer of marriage value would occur in London and the South East, where approximately 60% of leasehold properties are held by investors, not home occupiers. Alongside this, another change proposed would allow leaseholders to extend leases without having to have lived in the property for at least 2 years. And I'm told, as we've also heard from Lord Thurlow, increasing numbers of investors circling around with the prospect of more easily buying properties with leases running down, extending them to 990 years and selling them on for a huge profit. Property prices will certainly rise in those circumstances. My final problem is with the proposed change in the rules regarding mixed-use buildings. As of now, a mixed-use building with more than 25% non-residential use cannot be managed by leasehold residents, but this limit is set to be raised to 50%, raising concern, as we've heard from Lord Thurlow, about the management of the buildings. Where leasehold residents successfully apply to manage buildings with a much larger 50% business and retail presence, or to buy the freehold, as they can, with a majority in favour, they will find the management a very much more complicated task, meeting the needs of retailers with shops often opening onto the streets, as well as business offices and, of course, the residents too, to keep happy. Very hands-on management is needed and knowledge of business needs. There are suggestions that in these cases, leaseholders who would want to run these buildings should have lived there for at least 2 years, so they can begin to understand the needs and issues of these buildings, as well as having familiarity with the location where they're based. One other problem is, as I hear, freeholders may start reducing the number of leasehold flats in mixed-use buildings precisely to avoid losing control. This includes local authorities who have over many years housed leaseholders in mixed-use buildings, but would be concerned about them taking control of the buildings and subsequent management failures, which could, of course, affect the overall quality and appearance of the streets where they are sited. So, my lords, I do have real concerns about some of the proposals in this bill, and I hope the government will consider these issues raised here today very carefully.
My Lords, I've got a number of interests to declare, first of all, as a non-executive director of MHS Homes, chair of the Heart and Medway Housing Association, as a leaseholder and as a vice president of the Local Government Association. Can I first say I welcome the bill? I do welcome it, but, and I'm afraid it's a big but, it's limited progress, and that in the next Parliament we will have to return to the issue of leasehold reform to liberate leaseholders, deliver on commitments made, and to deliver justice for them. I want to start my remarks by paying tribute to the campaigners outside Parliament who have never given up on this issue, and they will deliver justice for leaseholders. The National Leasehold Campaign, led by Councillor Katie Kendrick, Joe Derbyshire and Kath Williams. The Leasehold Knowledge Partnership, led by Sebastian O'Kelly and Martin Boyd, and my good friend and campaigner Liam Spender. And I remember in the remarks to start, I remember Baroness Thornhill talked about the 1909 and Lord George's budget, and the Lord Bailey talked about 1966. Well, there's a fantastic play called Leasehold. If it's on, go and see it. It's by a woman called Michelle Sheldon. And in the play, there's a scene. It talks about in 1884, Henry Broadhurst, who was the Liberal, the Labour Member of Parliament for various Midlands constituencies, and he was discussing lease on the floor of the House of Commons in 1884. This has been a long-term issue, my lords, and we still haven't got it sorted out. So I would suggest we look at that, but it is a long-term problem. Now, there are many people who stood in Parliament who stood up for leaseholders as well, when I paid tribute to the Noble Lord Lord Young of Cookham, the Noble Lord Best, and many, many others who've raised issues time and time again. But one of the most frustrating things is when you look at the timelines of events and then look at the action taken in more recent times. And I've got a few examples to share with the House. The fire at Grenfell Tower broke out on the 14th of June 2017, just short of 7 years ago. And we've still not, my lords, resolved issues from that tragedy. Still not. And the people living in blocks of flats today, they're unsaleable, they're unmortgageable. Yes. That's not right. There is no excuse for that. It's a complete failure on the government's part, on the government's watch. And I would ask the noble lady, Baroness Scott of Bybrook, to explain when they think, is this situation acceptable? And when we do something about it, finally. Another one is a complete lack of action or following publication of the regulation of property agent working report by the Noble Lord Lord Best. That was published in July 2019. That was towards the end of the last Parliament. We're now at the end of this Parliament, and nothing has happened. Nothing. And there's not even nothing in this bill. Now, this, to me, is the ideal place to deal with it. But nothing has happened. That is just not good enough. And can the noble lady Scott of Bybrook explain to me again why she think that is acceptable? 5 years and nothing's happened. Then we have the Law Commission reports, 3 Law Commission reports, published in July 2020 on leasehold enfranchisement, on the right to manage and common hold. Now, this bill largely addressed stuff on leasehold enfranchisement, and that's good, but very little on the right to manage and nothing on common hold. Can the noble lady please explain why she thinks that's an acceptable situation? And before I get an answer, waiting for nearly 7 years to complete the job on Grenfell, nearly 5 years and no action on regulating property agents, and nearly 4 years from the Royal Commission reports, and absolutely nothing on common hold, telling this House this is all extremely complicated and is going to take time is not an acceptable answer, my lords. We've been waiting for years for action, my lords, and things have been promised, not delivered. One of the most frustrating things, though, has been to watch the Right Honourable Member for Surrey Heath tour television studios, radio stations, speak to newspapers, give interviews about what he wants to do to end the feudal leasehold system, make promises, make pledges, give assurances, give undertakings, make commitments. And then we've got the statements of the House of Commons that the Lord Cookham referred to. And we've got the letters that Lord Cookham referred to as well, in his contribution. And they amounted absolutely nothing. Nothing, my lords. And then I spoke to a member of the government privately, and they said, well, Roy, you must understand that's what Michael does. Another member of the government said to me, well, Roy, everything you want to do, Michael wants to do. But you have to understand he's been vetoed by number 10, and his plans are just shot to pieces now, and it's all over. But can I say that if you go around, and I don't know if it's true or not, maybe that's not true, but if you go around making promises and pledges with no agreement to deliver them, it's shoddy politics. At the end of the day, you'll pay a really heavy price for that. You carry on making promises and pledges all the time and then deliver nothing. You've been stringing people along, and it's just not good enough. Now, I want to look at a few of the issues that are missing from the bill. So there's no ban on creating leasehold flats. Why not? 70% of the leasehold are flats. Nothing at all. And the answer is common holders, the Noble Lord Bailey of Paddington said. That's the answer. Why is it not there? You've had the report 4 years from the Law Commission. Why not dealing with that? And then you've got, as I said, about the Law Commission, but then you've got other issues that are just happening. There's the stuff about the Building Safety Act, again with Grenfell. Why aren't you doing that? I just do not understand why that is. And forfeiture. A Conservative Party manifesto commitment in 2017. It's not in the bill. Why not? It's ridiculous. Well, we're going to be putting in the bill. We'll have the amendments, and that one we'll have, certainly. But forfeiture, it can happen for as little as £350 in unpaid rent or service charge. If pursued this conclusion, the process allows the landlord to take the tenant's entire flat and not account for a penny to the tenant. Any mortgage is not repaid, and the lender can pursue the tenant for the full amount of the debt. But if there's very few flats houses lost to forfeiture, I accept that. The whole process is used to bully tenants, bully the people in the properties, and it's just not right. You made the commitment in 2017. It's about time we delivered it. Just moving on, of course, a few other issues here. Now, my noble friend, Baroness Twycross, mentioned the assured short-hold tenancy trap. Now, she had a private member's bill. She was up on the ballot, and she got it. But then she was approached by the government and assured, you don't need to do this private member's bill because we're going to do it in the Renters Reform Bill. Well, that's disappeared. The Renters Reform Bill started in House of Commons before this bill did. It's still not out of the House of Commons, and it has vanished without trace at the moment. So I do think that my noble friend was told, no need to do it, we're going to do it. So I do hope my noble friend does, or if the government does, deals with that issue in this bill, because we can't guarantee the other bill ever appear in this House, can we? Because we've had all sorts of problems there are with people upset about what's in that bill. So I think we need to ensure that is addressed there, certainly. Leasehold houses. Now, that is welcome, leasehold houses, absolutely welcome. But there are still some issues about that, though. It was only introduced in the House of Commons at report stage. Remember, it was left out of the bill when it was first published. Came in at report stage. There are still one or two little problems. In Clause 7 and Part 1 of Schedule 1, Paragraph 1, together they allow a new leasehold house to be created under leases, subleases. Example may be if a local authority granted a head lease to a developer before the 22nd December 2017. They can still create leasehold houses. And in Clause 7 and Part 1 of Schedule 1, Paragraph 3 allows creation of new retirement leasehold houses, regardless of whether they're built on freehold land. Now, again, I think that's been an issue raised elsewhere. And why the most vulnerable in our society are not protected? So I think that's another big issue we need to deal with. And the control of service charges. Now, in many cases, great property companies, good freeholders, it all works absolutely fine. But sadly, of course, that's not always the case. And we need further reform. Now, it was 50 years ago, I think, that there was been talk again in the other place about reform to a service charge. We still haven't got the matter sorted out. And much of the detail in Part 4, which deals with service charges, is left to statutory and secondary legislation. There's actually very little detail in the bill. Now, Clause 51 does extend information rights to properties paying a fixed service charge. And the clause does not allow to extend the right to challenge for unreasonable service charges. Now, I can assure you, my lords, that leaseholders know when they've been ripped off when things are bad. They know. So get some information, great. What they actually need is the tools to actually stop it. And the bill doesn't do that. That's really there. Clause 54 creates a new system of counts and annual reports. Again, that is to be welcomed. We need to go further than that. And Clause 56 introduces a new right to claim damages for up to £5,000. Again, we need clarity on that, of what that actually means. Two issues. Damages has a specific legal meaning. We all know that. This clause may not provide an effective remedy to claim money for delay where the leaseholder are able to prove loss. So that needs to be addressed in the committee stage. And also, it's unclear if the clause allows each affected leaseholder to claim up to £5,000 each, or just £5,000 for the leaseholders as a collective body. So there are many issues we need to explore committee. And the redress schemes. Part 4 requires landlords and estate managers to join an approved redress scheme. But much of the detail is missing, and the Secretary of State will determine who's obliged to join by regulation, which we've not seen yet. This change, welcome, but there are still issues there. And again, the whole issue of commencement interpretation. Much of this Act is actually going to be commenced by regulation at a later date. The Act has 123 clauses and 12 schedules. Only 4 sections come into force on the passing of the Act after 2 months. The rest of it comes into place when the Secretary determines it's going to come into place. I mean, where's that going to be? We don't know. We've got the regulations here. We don't know where's it going to come into place. So again, we need some more assurances. Even if it gets passed, most of it won't come into force to decide they're going to bring it in. So I think we need to be careful. We need a clear timetable when this stuff's going to come into force. So I do think it's really important. In many cases, on the issue of marriage values, when leases are approaching 80 years now, this needs to be resolved for them in particular. So I think, as I said, I started off, I welcome the bill. It is progress, but it's very limited progress. We need much more progress here in committee stage. I hope the government will listen to what the House is saying and bring amendments forward. If not, certainly colleagues around the House will bring amendments forward and will divide the House on those. I'm going to spend a bit of time working on what I call the Gove amendments. That's all the pledges that Michael Gove's made over the last few years. Create amendments and then actually divide the House for him so he can actually do what he wants to do. Because, it's really important. If you make these promises of pledge, you actually want to do that. And I'm sure he does want to do it. So I'm disappointed we haven't got there. But I'm certainly going to help the Secretary of State in that way, make sure that the House can have the chance, and he can have the chance then, to speak up for them when they get to the House of Commons. I'll leave my remarks there and look forward to the response before going.
Very good. My Lords, I'd first like to declare my interest in my home, which is a long leasehold property in London. It would not normally be declarable, of course, but in the case of this bill, there should be an exception. I also declare interest in the register in property companies, some of which are developing and have developed houses. My Lords, I've been puzzled by this bill, as it seems to be determined to solve a problem that I don't think generally exists. The problem is presented as a moral problem of the existence of leaseholds, using words like feudal, and I would hesitate to challenge noble lords to find bigger or more urgent moral problems to discuss on the last day before a recess. We could be here for weeks. We'd not agree with each other anyway. But I bet that few, even my noble friends on the front bench, would put leasehold tenure anywhere near the top of their lists. The freeholders have been upset that this bill will force them to sell something that they don't want to sell. And I can see their point. Even though that horse bolted many years ago, I don't believe that anybody who has freely entered into a contract with another well-advised party should be forced to change the terms by the government. However, this bill does make that mandatory if the leaseholder alone wants it. This is the case now, so no change there except for the price. My Lords, the bill is described as making it cheaper and easier for the leaseholder to buy. Why is it cheaper than before? Partly because of the abolition of marriage value in the calculation of Schedule 4, but mainly because the price is likely to be lower. How much lower? The trouble is we can't tell, because the discount rates to be used in the calculation will be laid out in the statutory instrument when it is published in many months' time. It is impossible for a tenant to know for certain that he is getting the purchase cheaper until that rate is announced. My Lords, the government has said that the rate will be a market rate, but a fixed rate, even though market rates constantly vary. How can there be a fixed rate which is also a market rate? My Lords, there is a trend in legislation in which bills get longer and more complex. We have seen this in several recent bills, and this trend makes it more expensive for the citizen to obey and for us to legislate. This bill, with 234 pages, is a distressing example. There is a separate trend that the consideration in another place has become more trivial than it was in prior years. I fear that our friends in another place may have passed this bill with the cheerful feeling that we will study it. I'm not sure that we can study it with the diligence that they expect, when we can't hope to find out at the most important rate what the most important rate in the calculation is until next year.
Lords, first of all, I would like to thank the Noble Baroness the Minister for being so generous with her time in discussing the content of this bill and for being willing on behalf of the government to front it. There is, as we've heard, wide support for the bill, but significant shortcomings from all quarters and all sides. My Lords, reform of this archaic property ownership arrangement is very long overdue. There has been a welcome focus on general consumer rights and protections over recent years. However, the leasehold-freehold arrangement has remained largely unchanged, to the considerable detriment of leaseholders. Liberal Democrats have long supported radical reform of the leasehold-freehold arrangement. As my noble friend Baroness Thornhill reminded us, it was David Lloyd George in 1909 in the People's Budget who first laid down that reform was essential. Not just, as this bill does, not just to extend the rights of leaseholders, but also to deal with the concept of an outmoded system that harks back to times when everyone was beholden to the landowner. This, as we've heard, is a bill of 123 clauses and 12 schedules, and that's just at the last count. Since the bill's introduction in the Commons, the government has added 224 amendments, which illustrates both its complexity and, as the noble Baroness Andrews pointed out, developing legislation on the hoof, or as my noble friend Lord Stunnell said, chasing their tail. The bill seeks a number of key changes to the leasehold-freehold relationship, which are positive. However, unfortunately, the government has failed to use this opportunity to really grasp the nettle and set down a complete reform of the system. The government has long promised a fundamental reform to replace freehold with common hold, which is more in line with property rights across Western Europe. Despite the 2022 Act, common hold remains a rarity. So the question to the noble Baroness the Minister is this: why has the government failed to use this opportunity to end leasehold and introduce common hold for all property, including flats? It is extremely disappointing that, according to media reports, the government is even backtracking on reform of ground rents. The Secretary of State announced only last November that the proposal will, and I quote, save leaseholders thousands of pounds, he said, by slashing ground rents and setting them at a peppercorn. Another promise abandoned. Evidence shows that some freeholders increase ground rents substantially year on year, as we've heard from one of the contributions this afternoon, and yet others remain so low that it isn't worth collecting, but remains as a charge on the property. Ground rent really is paying something for nothing and should be confined to history. I do, though, accept that there are financial interests, such as pension funds and charities, and their concerns must be taken into account as reform proceeds. Nevertheless, a solution that achieves abolition can and must be found. The other significant omission in the bill is to abolish draconian forfeiture, whereby the failure to keep up with ground rent payments can result in the forfeit of the property to the freeholder. There can be no justification in any circumstances for this to remain on the statute book. And I hope the noble Baroness and the Minister will be able to respond to the numerous questions about the lack of action on forfeiture in the bill. This much diluted reform bill does, however, contain some positive changes, even if they are rather muted. Scrapping the presumption that leaseholders are required to pay landlords' legal costs is putting right a plain wrong. Leaseholders' service charges have been exploited by some freeholders and managing agents to such an extent that these have, on occasion, risen by up to 1,000%. The proposal in the bill is to insist on transparency and reasonableness. But what is reasonable? How will it be defined? This leaves too many loopholes for the unscrupulous to continue to exploit. Can the noble Baroness the Minister explain how exploitative behaviour by some freeholders or their managing agents will be prevented given the wording of the clause? Which brings me to insurance charges. Since the terrible tragedy of Grenfell Tower, insurance costs for leaseholders in flats has escalated to the point at which some are paying over £3,000 a year for buildings insurance. A travesty, considering that leaseholders do not own the bricks and mortars being insured. Of course, there must be some arrangement by which the building is insured, but to put the commissioning rights in the hands of the freeholder or agent is like putting the cat in charge of the cream. Clause 57 seeks to protect leaseholders from the worst excesses of insurance commissioning, but it is not at all clear that it will be effective. And again, perhaps the noble Baroness and Minister will be able to demonstrate that the days of milking the buildings insurance to the benefit of those not paying the insurance will completely end. So-called fleasehold is another money-making wheeze by developers and property agents. Developers, having realised that local authorities were not in a position to take on further liabilities, have devised a system whereby house owners on newly constructed estates pay a service charge for maintenance of green spaces, play areas and even roads, as my noble friend Baroness Thornhill so eloquently exposed. The same householders will also be paying council tax to cover such maintenance in other estates in their district. Undoubtedly, what will happen is that as this estate gets older, more maintenance is required, especially if the estate road was not built to adoptable standards in the first place. The liability will fall on homeowners who may not be able to suddenly pay out for a new road. So it is good that the bill proposes in clause 98 to insist on a redress scheme. But how much better it would be if assets in new estates were forced to be adopted by the local authority in perpetuity. Part 8 amends the Building Safety Act of 2022 to ensure that the landlord would be responsible for remedying or mitigating relevant defects in a building. And we in this chamber, and some of us who have spoken today, have spent many happy hours debating the Building Safety Act and drawing attention to its defects at the time. And it is a great pity that the government has failed to grasp this new opportunity to redress the serious limitations of the Building Safety Act and to extend rights to leaseholders in buildings under 11 metres and enfranchised leaseholders. Now, the Noble Baroness and Minister will not be surprised if I say that we on these benches will be pursuing to put right the wrongs that have still not been addressed by the government in its legislation. People who are living in, as others have said today, in flats that are unsafe, unable to be sold, unmortgageable, because this government has failed to deal with the wrongs that are not of their making, but of the developers and the construction firms who built those flats in the first place. We will be pursuing amendments along those lines. There are, though, some real positives in the bill, such as removing the duty on leaseholders to pay the freeholders' legal costs and disputes. And the various redress proposals have considerable merit, and enabling existing leaseholders to extend the lease or purchase the freehold in a new way is another positive step, as are the measures in relation to some regulation of property agents, though it doesn't go far enough, as the Noble Lord Best and my noble friend Baroness Thornhill have pointed out. There are, of course, I recognise that, having said at the outset that the bill is a step in the right direction of reform, I've then spelled out the many glaring omissions and the lack of bold endeavour which are a feature of the bill as it stands. The debate has exposed the controversy surrounding any reform, but we on these benches will use the remaining stages of the bill to probe the detail, propose amendments where the bill is deficient, which are various and numerous, and I look forward to the Noble Baroness and Minister's response.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to close this second reading debate on behalf of the opposition, and I thank all noble lords who have participated in this debate. The expertise, skills and knowledge on this subject matter in your Lordship's House has been demonstrated in such an eloquent manner. I'm sure the Secretary of State, Mr Gove, will be delighted with the scrutiny his bill is getting in this place. I echo what so many others have said and add my own tribute to all the individuals and organisations who have campaigned for so long for reform in this area. And it's interesting to hear the noble lady Baroness Thornhill talk about her ancestral colleagues raising this issue in 1909, and also my noble friend talking about it being raised, leasehold being raised in the 19th century in this building. Without being subtle at all, I want to pay tribute to my Chief Whip, my noble friend Lord Kennedy, for his relentless and consistent efforts over a long period of time, constantly educating our benches too, due to his experience and expertise in this area. As a number of noble lords have pointed out in this debate, we have waited a long time for this bill. It's beggars belief that we are into our 4th Prime Minister and we've had 10 housing ministers since the government first proposed legislation on leasehold reform in 2017. We are pleased that the bill will progress today. It will provide some limited relief to leaseholders. We welcome and are supportive of most measures within the bill, including changes to the calculation of premium payable for lease extensions or collective buying of the freehold, and the end of marriage value, as well as the introduction of 990-year extension, ground rent reforms and freehold estate regulation. My Lords, the problem is the leaseholders across the country expected so much more from the government. We are clear that in due course, as my noble friend has mentioned, Labour will have to finish the job and enact all the Law Commission's recommendations on enfranchisement, right to manage and common hold in full. We are determined to do so. I know that the Noble Lady the Minister is looking forward to responding to many issues that Noble Lords have raised today. We have had a number of powerful contributions across the House. It's always really refreshing to hear from the Noble Lord, Lord Best, and in relation to his work and his contribution from his property working group, and it's a shame that his report of 2019 has been largely ignored. I think the Noble Lord is calling for a regulator and has consistently called for a regulator, and it is important that it's the point that was made, it's that the industry has come out with this as one of the top requests. The Noble Lord Cookham also talked about the issue of uncertainty and lack of clarity, and that's a point which my noble friend, Noble Lady Andrews, in particular spoke about. In her very eloquent speech, the Noble Lady Andrews talked about this bill absolutely dealing with the problem, but whilst making some progress, it's a game of two halves. Some good progress in certain areas, yet so much missing. Absolutely agree with that particular point. And she also shared personal stories which my noble friend, which in her opening very passionately spoke about the letters she received from leaseholders. And absolutely agree with Baroness Taylor of Stevenage in saying that this is a long way from what leaseholders want and are waited for. This is a bill that needs so much more substance added to it. My Lords, one of the key areas of concern for ourselves is there is so much material coming throughout the passage of the bill. And as Lord Stunnell mentioned, this is now becoming the norm and not an exception. How can that be effective for scrutiny to look at that, and for noble lords and members in the House to advise and change and amend and look at properly? I want to probe the Noble Lady on some areas of concern at this stage which the bill has failed to cover. Firstly, the Law Commission provided updated recommendations on the archaic law of forfeiture to the government in 2021, and yet there is nothing, as many noble lords have mentioned in this bill, to end the unjust windfall gains exploited by freeholders. And this, my noble friend Baroness Twycross described as mafia-like in the way freeholders were behaving, and the noble lord opposite, Noble Lord Bailey of Paddington, described it as a gangster-like in the way this has been operated. The Secretary of State claimed he wanted to squeeze every income stream that freeholders have. So why has this income stream been untouched? I know that the Noble Lady Baroness Scott, the Minister, did mention that she will be bringing this issue of forfeiture and bring it back to your Lordship's House. My Lords, too many times this is happening again, another example where we've not been able to look at it from the outset. But as has been mentioned by the Noble Lord Kennedy, we will look at what is brought back to the House and work with colleagues and noble lords across the House and decide whether we are going to, it's going to be something the government bring back which is of support for us to make sure that we can end this forfeiture rule. My Lords, as previously mentioned by many Lords, Labour has committed to implementing the recommendation of the Law Commission's 3 reports on leasehold in full. So why is it so difficult for the government to do the same? In 2021, the government established a Common Hold Council to advise the government on the implementation of a reformed Common Hold regime and bring forward solutions to prepare homeowners and the market. I understand that the Council has not met for 2 years and there is no sign of Common Hold has been discussed in this bill. Has the government completely given up on this? Can I re-emphasise that deferment rates used for calculating lease extension and freehold purchase premiums are missing from the face of the bill? These are crucial for determining the prices paid by leaseholders who want to buy out or extend their lease. Will the noble lady Baroness Scott bring forward more detail in the next stage of the bill to set out the methodology for their calculation? Almost every country in the world, apart from Britain, has either reformed or abolished this archaic feudal model. I know the noble Lord Moylan objects to the word feudal, but we are quoting what the Secretary of State Michael Gove has been using, and also if you look at Hansard, the noble Lord Bailey's speech mentioned feudal more times than anybody here. There has long been cross-party consensus on the need to do something about this horrific situation. So why has the government watered down its commitments to leaseholders of flats? This is a point that the noble Lord Stunnell made, and also Lord Cookham, in terms of we being on our own in not being able to deal with the situation. My Lords, just what does the government stand for in this bill? It's remarkable that in only a recent interview with the Sunday Times, the Secretary of State went so far as to declare, without qualification, that he intended to abolish the leasehold system in its entirety. All these extravagant promises, yet we have a bill before us which is missing in detail, and the Secretary of State's ambition nowhere to be seen. Leaseholders have been badly let down. Having waited so long and had their expectations raised so high, they are understandably disappointed at the limited bill that we are considering today. This unambitious piece of legislation makes it clear that proponents of caution and restraint have won out over those who want to lay claim to legacy of a bold reform in this area. The government's poverty of ambition has real implications for leaseholders being routinely gouged by freeholders under the present system. The scaled-back leasehold reform bill, as we see it today, that the government has introduced, is a far cry from what successive ministers have led leaseholders across the country to believe would be enacted by this government in this Parliament. Leaseholders deserve a clear answer about the real reason why they have got just a limited bill. We on these benches are determined to overhaul leasehold to their lasting benefit and reinvigorate commonhold to such an extent that it will become the default and render leasehold obsolete. We look forward to working with noble lords across the House, as well as the noble lady opposite, to do whatever we can to strengthen this bill throughout its passage in your Lordship's House and onto the statute book. We on these benches want to make the existing bill the most robust piece of legislation that we can by rectifying the bill's remaining flaws. Like many noble lords across the House, I look forward to the noble lady, the Minister's response, detailing how she will fill the gaps over the remaining stages of this bill. But I must remind you, if you do a word index of what's been discussed today, some of the key words that are coming out from today's debate are as follows: missing detail, insufficient, limited, lacking ambition, significant shortcoming, not properly thought through, glaring omission. So I look forward to hearing from the noble lady, the Minister.
My Lords, it is a pleasure to close this debate and to reflect on the many thoughtful contributions we have heard. I would like to thank all noble lords for their engagement with the bill thus far, and especially to all noble lords who met me before this debate to discuss their concerns. As the bill progresses, I'm keen to continue engaging. If anyone would like a briefing, please get in touch. I will be putting further dates forward ahead of committee, and of course, noble lords can ask for a meeting at any time, and I will try and accommodate them. I've heard that some noble lords would like to see what is in the bill clarified and improved. Other noble lords want to see this bill go further still, and I look forward to engaging with noble lords on all of those issues as the bill comes to its committee stage. That said, listening to this debate, I'm also struck by the strength of consensus among noble lords that the system of leasehold does need reform. I will now seek to address all noble lords' points in turn. The noble Baroness Lady Taylor of Stevenage began the debate and set out her wide range of concerns, particularly those areas where she expects to bring forward amendments, and I'm grateful to her for her engagement and work with the bill so far, and look forward to continuing this as the bill progresses. I will turn right away to the government's position on ground rents, which she and noble lords right across the House, including my noble friend Lord Boylan and the noble Lord Adonis and the noble Lord Palmer, courteously asked me for updates on. I understand the strength of feeling about this issue and the level of interest given the size of the issue. We are aware that reforms to protect leaseholders will have negative impact on those who benefit from ground rent income, and are carefully considering this as we formulate our policy. That is why we are currently studying the recently closed consultation very carefully. Next steps will be set out in due course to this House as soon as I'm able to do so. I also want to address the noble Lord Adonis's specific point about ECHR. What I can say is that the government considers that all provisions in the current bill are compatible with the relevant convention rights, and that in the case of provisions regarding Article 8 and A1P1, that in any interferences are justified and proportionate. The noble Baroness Lady Taylor also had a specific question about marriage value setting deferment rates in primary, not secondary legislation, which my noble friend Lord Borwick also raised. I understand the concerns, but setting rates on the face of the bill we do not feel would be appropriate. Government absolutely recognises that careful consideration is needed on how to set rates, and that many different elements need to be considered when setting them. We have been clear that we will set the rates at market value to ensure that the amount landlords are compensated reflects their legitimate property interest, and have had active conversations with relevant stakeholders. Ultimately, given the Secretary of State's the flexibility to make these decisions is paramount, and we will continue these conversations going forward, and I would of course welcome any views you might have further on this matter. I will come to the overall principle of marriage value reform shortly, but just with regards to the specific points made by the noble Baroness noble Baroness and the noble Lord noble Baroness, can't remember the name of that, sorry, I do apologise, and I will write. And the noble Lord Truscott about the online calculator. I can confirm that the government absolutely remains committed to I think it was noble Baroness Thornhill brought up that as well. I do apologise. I've just remembered. And the noble Lord Truscott about the online calculator is an important issue, and I can confirm that the government absolutely remains committed to launching this. This will help leaseholders understand how much it will cost to extend their lease or acquire their freehold up front. However, before we can launch such a vital tool and make a true success of it, we must first pass the bill so the online calculator reflects the final provisions of the reforms in the bill. I will now turn to the central issue the noble Baroness Lady Taylor and many other noble lords raised, the future of the leasehold market. This bill delivers our manifesto commitment to ban new leases of houses. Once commenced, other than in exceptional circumstances, new houses will have to be sold as freehold. I know noble lords across the chamber, including the noble Viscount Lord Hanworth, have expressed particular interest in the exceptions, where a lease may still be justified, like shared ownership, which helps consumers take their first step on the property ladder, or the National Trust land, where the freehold cannot be sold on, and we expect a developer to prove it through the new steps which are included in the bill. We believe each can be justified, but we will keep a close eye on the market and will not shy away from using the powers in the bill to tighten or remove exceptions if required. I now turn to the issue of banning leasehold flats and not just houses. The majority of houses have always been provided as freehold, and there are few justifications for building new leasehold houses, so this government will ban them. Flats, on the other hand, have shared fabric and infrastructure and therefore require some form of arrangement to facilitate management, and this has historically been facilitated by a lease. Nonetheless, the government recognises the issues in the leasehold system, and I've heard the concerns from Baronesses Taylor, Baroness Thornhill, Baroness Andrews, my noble friend Baroness Finn, my noble friend Lord Bailey, and many, many others regarding a lack of common hold measures as a meaningful alternative to replacing leasehold for flats. And I want to reassure you that the government remains committed to the common hold reform, and we see it as a long-term replacement for leasehold.
I mean, you've had the report 4 years now from the Law Commission, and I think it was the noble lady Baroness Butler Slosson, not in a place at the moment. She raised a question. I mean, how much longer do you need?
The noble lord many times from this dispatch box. It is a complicated issue. There are, I think, about 121 recommendations in the Law Commission's framework, and we just have not had the time to go through those. But this takes us a good way towards common hold for the future, my lords. I appreciate, here we go. The Law Commission did fantastic work to review the common hold framework. And as I said, it set out 121 separate detailed recommendations on how to modernise it. And I appreciate the noble Lord Kennedy's points about common hold and his frustration that these reforms have not come forward. But these are not trivial changes, my lords. Implementing them requires detailed consideration. It is a complex policy, and in order to make sure we get it right, and so common hold does not fail to take off for a second time, my lords, we will take the time required to make it work. We will therefore set out our response to the Law Commission's report as soon as that work is concluded. I turn now to the comments made by the noble Baroness Lady Thornhill, my noble friend Baroness Finn, the noble Lord Stunnell, my noble friend Lord Moylan, and many others about leasehold rights to manage. Managing a large or complex building is not an easy feat, especially meeting building safety requirements, and some leaseholders may simply not want this responsibility, my lords. That is why the government believes leaseholders should therefore have the choice to manage their buildings, which they now do. The bill delivers the most impactful of the Law Commission's recommendations on right to manage, including increasing the non-residential limit to 50% in mixed-use buildings, to give more leaseholders the right to take over management, and changing the rules to make each party pay their own process and litigation costs. These measures will help existing leaseholders now and save them many thousands of pounds into the future. The government recognises that the participation threshold of 1/2 can frustrate leaseholders if they can't reach it. However, we agree with the Law Commission that the threshold is proportionate and ensures that a minority of leaseholders are prevented from acquiring the freehold against the wishes of the majority of leaseholders in the building. We are therefore very clear that we should hold the participation requirement at 1/2 of the total number of residential units in the premises. Baroness Thornhill and my noble friend Lord Moylan and many others have also made powerful arguments that the creation of the new freehold estates must end, and that local authorities should be compelled to adopt all communal facilities on a new estate. It is up to the developers and the local planning authority to agree on specific issues relating to new development, including appropriate funding and maintenance arrangements. That said, we are carefully considering the findings and the recommendations of the Competitions and Marketing Authority report to address the issue that homeowners on these estates face. With regards to the Noble Baroness Taylor and the Noble Baroness Thornhill's questions about expanding the right to manage regime to cover the residents of freehold estates, the government recognises the benefits a right to manage regime on freehold estates would bring, empowering the homeowners to manage and take a greater control of the estate on which they live. However, there would be many detailed practical issues to work through to deliver this, and these would all require careful handling since they affect property rights and also the existing contract law. Instead, we've already introduced measures in this bill to empower homeowners and make estate management companies more accountable to them for how their money is spent, including the ability to apply to the appropriate tribunal to appoint a substitute manager. The Noble Lord Best spoke extensively and eloquently about the regulation of property agents, which my noble friend Lord Young and Lord Truscott and many others supported. This government remains committed to driving up professionalisation and standards amongst property agents. We welcome the ongoing work being undertaken by the industry and others to drive up standards across the sector, including on codes of practice for property agents. And I want to put on record my sincere thanks to Lord Best, but also to Baroness Taylor of Kentish Town for their valuable work on this issue. However, as the Secretary of State made clear at second reading of the bill, legislating to set up a new regulator would require significant additional legislative time of a kind we simply don't have in the lifetime of this Parliament. On costs, the government believes that any regulation can and should be done in an appropriate and proportionate way that controls the costs to business. Managing agents must already belong to a redress scheme, and leaseholders may apply to the tribunal to appoint a manager to provide services in cases of serious management failure. The Leasehold and Reform Bill will make it easier for leaseholders to scrutinise costs and challenge the services provided by both landlords and property managing agents, and ultimately to take on management of their buildings themselves where they can directly appoint or replace agents. These measures, alongside existing protections and work undertaken by the industry, will seek to make property managing agents more accountable to the leaseholders that pay for their services. Lord Best's valuable work on the regulation remains on the table, but this bill is tightly focused on the fundamental improvements for leaseholders. These, alongside our building safety reforms, are already a time of great change for managing agents that will necessitate higher standards across the sector. We continue to listen and look carefully at the issues members across the House are raising on this issue. My noble friend Lord Young spoke specifically about forfeiture, as did Baroness Lady Taylor, the Baroness Lady Twycross, and my noble friend Lord Bailey and many others. As I've said in my opening remarks, the government does recognise that this is a real and significant problem. There is huge inequity at stake. We have heard from colleagues today about why we should act, and we think it is the job of government to go away and work through the detail of this, which we are doing, and we will report back to the House shortly with more details as we considered the matter further. I will now turn to the issue of building safety. My noble friend Lord Young, noble Lord Stunnell, noble Lord the Earl of Lytton, and noble Baroness Pinnock, and many others raised several concerns about building safety, and I will try and address these in some detail. The government understands that many individuals are frustrated with the distinction between qualifying and non-qualifying leaseholders. We have been clear that the primary responsibility for resolving issues in buildings requiring remediation is with those who cause them. In circumstances where it does not prove possible to recover the costs of remediation from the developer, we have established a threshold that strikes a balance between leaseholders and landlords as to who should be paying for the costs of remediation. No leaseholder, whether qualifying or non-qualifying can be charged more than they otherwise would have been in the absence of the leaseholder protections for the costs relating to historical building safety defects. My Lords, there's a range of support in place for those leaseholders whose lease does not qualify for protection. All residential buildings above 11 metres in England now have a pathway to fix unsafe cladding through either taxpayer-funded scheme or a developer-funded scheme. With regard to buildings under 11 metres, it is generally accepted that the risk to life from fire is proportionate to the height of the building. Therefore, the risk to life from historic fire safety defects in lower buildings under 11 metres will only require remediation in exceptional circumstances. Sorry.
Giving way. In relation to the critical fire safety, she refers to the risk to human life, and I understand that that is what the independent expert statement was intended to cover, namely critical life safety. But what would she say about the question of the other critical issues to finances and the cost of remediation, which nonetheless continue and are the matters that concern insurers and finance houses, who are by and large less concerned, sadly, but less concerned nonetheless with questions of human life?
We've taken the issue of human rights as the important issue, my Lords. I think we will have further debates on 11 metres as we go through the bill. I am conscious of my time. If you don't mind, I think we will deal with those at committee stage. I have to say that given the number of small buildings under 11 metres that need remediation, our assessment remains that extending leaseholder protections below 11 metres is neither necessary nor proportionate, as I think the noble lady has heard many times before. Regarding my noble friend Lord Young's issue about enfranchised leaseholders, the government made the decision that leaseholder protection provisions in Part 5 of the Building Safety Act would not apply to leaseholder-owned buildings. This was because the freehold to the building is de facto owned by all or some of the residents who, as leaseholders, have collectively enfranchised and would still have to pay the safety defects in their buildings. However, leaseholders in these buildings, either individually or collectively, can pursue developers and their associated companies via a remediation contribution order for funds that they've spent or will spend remediating their buildings for relevant defects. Finally, my Lords, I turn to the issue of joint ownership. This government understands individuals are frustrated with the distinction between leaseholders who own properties jointly and independently. We are listening carefully to feedback from stakeholders on this matter. We have also published a call for evidence for jointly owned leasehold properties that was launched on the 22nd of March, and this will enable the government to understand the scale of the issue and to consider whether any further changes can be proposed by the government. The noble Baroness Lady Andrews asked me about development value, and I'm very grateful to her for engaging with me beforehand about this issue. And I can say to the noble Baroness, as she acknowledged, we committed to enabling leaseholders to voluntarily agree to a restriction on future development of their property to avoid paying development value as part of the collective enfranchisement claim. We are also currently consulting on making changes to the existing permitted development right, and we are seeking views on whether sufficient mitigation is in place to limit potential impacts on leaseholders. And I urge her to contribute her views to that consultation before it closes on the 9th of April. When it closes, the government is going to carefully consider and review all the responses to that consultation to consider its findings and see how the regime can be improved. I was very sorry to hear of the personal difficulties of the noble Lord Campbell Savers when purchasing his freehold, and I hope the reforms in this bill will address the issues that he raised. With regards to the point that he and my noble friend Lord Bailey raised on service charges, the level of service charges that leaseholders pay will depend on many factors such as the terms of the lease and the age and condition of the buildings. This means that the cost of things like repairs, maintenance of common areas and management of the building will differ considerably. The transparency and redress reforms in this bill will empower leaseholders to take action against any unreasonable costs. And as well as speaking extensively about building safety issues, the Noble Lord Earl Lytton made a compelling case to think about leasehold from the perspective of the consumer protections. And the government is committed to improving consumer protections against abuse and poor service from landlords, managing agents and freehold estate managers. That is why we will set a maximum time and fee for the provision of information as part of the sales process for leasehold homes and those homes encumbered by estate management charges, rights of transparency over service charges, extended access to redress schemes and reform of legal costs. We consider that it is a powerful package of consumer rights and reforms, and following royal assent we will make sure that appropriate guidance is available for consumers to use. Nonetheless, I look forward to meeting the Noble Lord after Easter to discuss how this package of reforms can be further improved and well implemented. My noble friend Lord Howard, Noble Lord Palmer and the noble Baroness Bray asked about the government's policy on marriage value. Any suggestion of retaining marriage value, wholesale or in limited circumstances, would be counter to our aims of making it cheaper and easier for leaseholders to extend their lease or acquire their freehold. Such proposals would risk both perpetuating and creating a two-tier system, eroding the benefits the government is delivering through this bill. Removing marriage value and hope value will deliver the level playing field and wide access for those leaseholders I'm not taking a notice of that, who may otherwise find it prohibitively expensive to extend their lease or purchase their freehold. Our wider reforms to enfranchisement value will ensure that sufficient compensation is paid to landlords to reflect their legitimate property interests. The Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Manchester, spoke about the positive contribution that charities make to our society, which this government wholly recognises. He specifically asked about the exemptions to our reforms for charity. Whilst well-meaning, attempting to create carve-outs for specific groups of landlords, for example charities, would complicate the system that we aim to simplify and would risk both perpetuating and creating a two-tier system. We appreciate the engagement the Bishop of Manchester has conducted with us so far and hope that we can continue that engagement on issues that we know and he knows are significant. I had Baroness Twycross and Lord Kennedy brought up the Renters' Bill and the assured tenancies, and we are aware that leaseholders with the ground rents of more than £250 per year can be legally regarded as assured tenants. In the Renters' Reform Bill, we are addressing this problem by removing all leaseholders with a lease longer than 7 years from the assured tenancy system. The bill is progressing through Parliament, and our priority is to pass this vital legislation before the end of this Parliament, my Lords. Lord Khan brought up the issue of the Common Hold Council. The Council has met regularly since it was established in 2027 and last met in September, my Lords. The Government is currently reviewing the Law Commission's proposal to reform the legal framework for Common Hold and plans to reconvene the group ahead of finalising its response to the Law Commission. My Lords, if I've missed any other specific issues raised, I can only apologise. A tremendous amount has been said in this session, all of great value, and I reiterate my commitment to meeting any member of this House who wishes to discuss this bill further after Easter and hope that is acceptable to the House. To conclude, the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Bill will deliver on the Government's 2019 manifesto commitments, promoting fairness and transparency in the residential leasehold sector. I look forward to working with Noble Lords during the passage of this most important bill. I have noted forfeiture, common hold, the regulation of property agents, marriage value, ground rent and service charges as areas of serious interest to Noble Lords, although there are others that have been raised of equal importance. And I'm sure local Noble Lords will recognise that this is a very long list and there is little time remaining in the parliamentary session. But we are listening and looking carefully at what can be done on all of those things, and I beg to move.
Before the Noble Lady sits down, and can I thank the Noble Lady very much? And I mean, although I'm very frustrated about the bill, I have great respect for the Noble Lady, and I look forward to our debates at committee. But I particularly asked about issues of commencement, because this is a 123-clause bill, 15 schedules, and you're only going to bring into force after 2 months the issues on rent charges and 3 parts of the Building Safety Act. You're bringing nothing in on leasehold houses, that's part 1, nothing in on part 2, which is leasehold infringement extension, nothing on part 3, which is other rights of long leaseholders, nothing on part 4, which is regulation of leasehold, nothing on part 5, regulation of estate management, and nothing on part 6, redress schemes. And that's basically about 95% of the bill isn't going to come into force until a date that the Secretary determines. And at my earlier remarks, I'm a bit frustrated sometimes that what you get from the Secretary of State, they're not then materialise. So can you write to me maybe and just be clear about when are these going to come into force? Because we need to know they're going to come into force at a certain day. Otherwise, all the promises amount to nothing.
I'm happy to write to the Noble Lord on this issue, and I'll put a copy of that in the library. I beg to move.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
I beg to move the second motion, standing in my name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it. Questions on a statement made in the House of Commons yesterday. Update on building...
Order.
Update on building safety.
My Lords, as this is the very last business in the House, can I just wish all Noble Lords a very restful and peaceful Easter. My Lords, I thank the Government for this update given yesterday in the House of Commons. There are more than 4 million people in the UK living in buildings over 11 metres tall, including 1.3 million in buildings over 18 metres.